I'd like to welcome everybody to the May 4th, 2026 Town Council meeting. The council will be looking to go into closed session pursuant to 143, 318, 11A3 to consult with the attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privileges between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged, and pursuant to 143, 318, 11A6 to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, condition of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual public officer or employee or a prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I make a motion to go into closed session.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? Mike? All right.
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
I make a motion to come out of closed session.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Welcome everybody out to the May 4th Town Council meeting. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Pastor Tony Adams will be coming up from Little River United Methodist Church. Thank you, sir.
May the Lord be with you.
Also with you.
Also with you.
I was so tempted to say, may the 4th be with you. But anyway, let us pray. Well, Lord our God, we give you thanks for the opportunity to gather in this place today on this beautiful sunny day. We thank you, Lord, for the state of North Carolina and for the town of Sunset Beach. North Carolina's motto is esse quam videre, which means to be rather than to seem. And it emphasizes authenticity, integrity, and genuine character over outward appearance. And so in today's meeting, we pray. We pray for authenticity. We pray for integrity. And we pray for genuine character. In this meeting today, we pray for Mayor Shannon Phillips, Mayor Pro Tem Katie Bordeaux, Councilman Mike Posdall, Councilman William Brahman, Councilwoman Christy Batchelor, Councilman Sam Arnold, Interim Town Administrator Ken Claymore, and Deputy Town Clerk Kimberly Rigsby. In this meeting today, Lord, we pray that the council is able to make decisions that are pleasing to you, beneficial to the town and to its residents. We pray, Lord, that all who have come to speak will be heard, that you will enable all of us, Lord, in all that we say and all that we do, be of service to one another. Jesus, on the night that he was betrayed, said that the greatest among you would be the servant of all. Enable us all, Lord, to be servants. Enable us all, Lord, to be great in your sight. Even as we have this meeting tonight, even as we come, Lord, to make decisions that are best for Sunset Beach. We pray this prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
Again, welcome you all out for this May 4th, 2026 regular scheduled town council meeting. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest in regards to any item on the agenda or the appearance of conflict in regards to any item on the agenda? So please state this time.
I do not.
Christie?
No. No.
No.
No.
All right. Moving on next, approval of the draft agenda. Council, I'd request that we move 13.9 up to 13.1 in regards to Ron being here. I don't want to make him have to sit here that much longer for just that one thing there. Other than that, is there anything else that needs to be considered? If not, do I have a motion to approve the draft agenda with this change?
I make a motion to approve the draft agenda as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion in regards? Not all in favor?
Aye.
All right. General council discussion. Does any member of council have something they'd like to present to the public? If you are, you're well on it. Sean?
I don't have anything.
It's Christie.
I have a few things.
Go ahead, yes, ma'am.
I just want to make the public aware that council has met 2 by 2 by 2 with our fire chief to go over the fire tax. And it's been in the paper. Just encourage everyone to pay attention to that and to speak to your county commissioner if you don't like what you see. The second is that relationships take time. And I don't know that we've had a positive relationship with some of our legislators. I reached out to Congressman David Rouser's office not too long ago, and fellow Councilwoman Batchelor and I met with his staff, had a good discussion, and I look forward to creating more relationship building with him. Also want to mention that a couple of days ago, May 1st was turtle season. You all know that sea turtles are a threatened species that the North Carolina and the federal government has put in legislation to protect. We have a few things in Sunset Beach that educate folks on sea turtle and the protection of them. They have a website. They have a Facebook page. Just familiarize yourself with those things, and let's try to protect and be the environmental stewards that we should be. That's all I have.
Mr. William, you got anything?
I do not.
Mike? you have
No,
anything?
I don't.
All right. Moving on next to our public comments on agenda items only. I got us a new timer so we can actually hear now. If you will, when you come up, if you'd like to come up, state your name and your address, and then I'll start the timer 3 minutes. I try not to cut people off because we want everybody to have an equal chance to speak. But if you hear the timer off, please try to tie it up so we can respectfully move forward with the meeting. If anybody would like to come up this time, they're more than welcome to.
Hi, my name is Ignacio Marino, 802 Riverside Drive. My public comments relate to the policy adoption of allowing vending on the beach strand. I would, my thoughts would be that this town should think long and hard about allowing any type of vending and going down the slope of allowing vendors on the beach. I've been to many beaches where vendors are allowed on the beach, and I think it detracts from the natural beauty of the beach. And what the reason that people go to the beach is to get away from things and get closer to nature. And people going up and down the beach trying to sell their wares, I think, is not conducive for, what we want to portray as far as our beach community is concerned. So I would ask you all to consider long and hard before you do this preliminary two permits that can certainly open the floodgates to additional people coming on the beach, and then disturbing the public peace, so to speak, for those that don't want to be bothered. There's certainly places that somebody wants to get something to eat at the beach. You can go to the pier. You can come right off the gazebo, and there are businesses there that you can visit. I just think bringing it on the beach is a mistake. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up.
Good afternoon. Reed Watson, 1522 Riverside Drive. I'm going to echo what Tony had said here, but about the vendors on the beach. And a few things I put together, and that Sunset Beach is more than a tourist destination, okay? It's a living neighborhood for full-time residents, wildlife, sea turtles, call it home. As you mentioned, we're starting the sea turtle season this week. People are here because it's different. It's low-key. It's a low-key vibe. It's uncongested. It's authentic. It's different from other beaches. A small town community, the beachfront goes from 18 all the way to 40. It's only 2 miles, and there's 4 businesses, and I'll name them off: the Pier, Island Market, Sunset Trading Post, and Sunset Slush right here, okay? So I put in a plug for Sunset Slush, but also these businesses are invested in the community. They have been invested, and we hit them pretty hard last year with the paid parking. We shouldn't try to destroy them again with more competition from other vendors. And I'll talk about that a little bit later if you can give me some time. So these businesses are invested in the community. You get your pickles, get ice cream, t-shirts, caps, that sort of thing. And environmental concerns, the patrol turtle volunteers see firsthand all the litter on the beach every morning, first thing, the sunrise. And push cart vendors will probably add not only foot traffic, but plastic and waste on the beach. I think other beaches have had the same issues if you look into it. And it takes away from the quiet enjoyment, as Tony suggested, for residents and the visitors. And protecting the beach, this is a small barrier island. Once congestion takes hold, it's hard to reverse, okay? We have responsibility to preserve it and the uniqueness for future generations. Now, I'll make one concession, a compromise, and this is a big if. If you decide to go with a pilot program, please limit it to exclusively the vendors that are already here and have invested in this community, and maybe have them, say Sunset Slush, go down and offer something, that sort of thing. And we'll follow up and see how much trash is on the beach. And if you get these renewable cups, I think you get them filled up for a discount. They won't be tossed away. So anyhow, run a limited trial. So I'll also add that, again, businesses have already been hit by paid parking. Let's don't cripple them some more. Let's make it more difficult for them to have a livelihood here as well. Thank you very much.
All right, next.
I'm fine. I agree.
Hi, my name is Kathy Jones, 1410 Canal Drive. I'm a neighbor of Mike and Lisa Williams, and I'm reading this for the public record on behalf of Michael and Lisa. And also, I want to go on record saying I do agree with everything they're saying. Their comments follow. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem, and honorable council members. My wife, Lisa, and I live full-time at 1309 East Main Street. We have a long history with Sunset Beach. Over the past years, we have enjoyed the residential aspect, cleanliness, and lack of commercial activity here. It is clear to us that the Sunset Beach community takes pride and acts to maintain the beach, its coastal preserves, and related turtle and wildlife protections. These are all essential components of what makes this place special. Lisa and I are out of town on a previously scheduled trip or would otherwise be present. Our points and concerns. First, unless we understand incorrectly, the permit will only cost $1,500 annually per individual business, and up to 2 will be issued. This is not enough money to cover the additional expense to local taxpayers. Second, the hours of operation exceed any reasonable time for food to be sold on the beach. Specifically, in our 30-plus years here at the beach, we have never seen people go to the beach to eat breakfast as early as 7 a.m. Third, and related above, we understand that the new council has acted to reduce cost, and this ordinance will only serve to add cost. Trash, pickup, and beach maintenance costs will all increase. Fourth, we have not heard of nor received any survey or reasonable input opportunity on this matter, and it is important that the people who live at the beach with direct and daily impact be heard. To be clear, if council votes to approve, it will only benefit the special interest of business and will most certainly increase costs to Sunset Beach taxpayers. All of us also know that wildlife is negatively impacted when exposed to trash. This ordinance will most certainly increase the trash on the beach. All told, this proposed amendment makes absolutely no sense. Please understand that Lisa and I are small business owners ourselves, and we do support small business. That said, our business success is rooted in the community that surrounds us. As our leaders, it is important that you vote no to preserve and affirm the key aspects of our beach that make it so special. This is what creates the seasonal traffic, not vending on the beach. Thank you kindly for your work and consideration. Mike and Lisa Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Anyone else on agenda items only?
Hi, my name is Patty Hawken. I reside at 207C Village Oaks Drive. And I was just calling, it's about the vendors, but it's about teaching yoga on the beach. I just wanted to see if I would be able to teach in the evening for an hour under the pier. I know there are other people that are doing ecstatic dancing early in the morning and also yoga at the other end of the beach, I believe, in the morning. And I just wanted to see if I would be able to teach in the evening for an hour.
Hi, Patty. I'm Ken Claymar. We spoke on the phone.
Yes.
The vending on the beach that's being proposed tonight would be for people that want to do similar to what you did with your yoga, where people come to you on the beach that day and pay to participate. If this is considered by council tonight, then you would have to follow those same rules as a vendor for the beach. To do to take payments in advance, you would have to get an event permit to do that.
Okay.
And that would be done through our events coordinator. I believe she was working to redo some of the fee structuring to perhaps address events like yours.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Anyone else on? Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Mark Doyle, 202 West Main Street. We've had a place here for 50 years. To reiterate what several people said about the vending, it's memorable because the beach and basically the island is non-commercialized. I can get that all up and down the strand. I don't want that here. Totally against the vending under any circumstances. Because when you open up the vending, sure, it may help some people or some kids get the slushies or whatever they may want. But where do I go from the beach when that's open up to get my peace and quiet? I have nowhere to go. They can go over to the stores and the shops or bring it down to the beach with them. Once that opens up on the beach, you take away my harmony and peace. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Dole.
Anyone else on agenda items?
Hey everyone, I'm Leslie Doyle, 202 West Main. Like my husband said, we've had a beach house here for 50 years. And I want to ask each one of you, why did you choose Sunset Beach? What did you love? What made you move here? It was the beauty, the connection to nature, non-commercialized. You could have gone down to Myrtle. You could have sat there and you could have seen the planes flying and the vendors, but you chose Sunset. Keep Sunset the way it is. Let the future generations enjoy what made you come here in the first place. You know, I would rather hear kids screaming with delight when they catch a minnow in a wade pool than continued screaming and badgering to their parents that they want a Sunset slushie. Have them just get some extra steps. You know, walk down to Sunset Beach slushie. Keep your trash there. I don't want the trash. I don't want the commercialized feature of it. We can start off with 2, but then who decides who's next? Who decides how we determine if it was successful or not? You know, keep it the way it is. All improvement requires change, but not all change is an improvement. So I vote to keep Sunset Beach as is. Am I out of time?
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dole.
Anyone else on agenda items only?
Uh-oh.
Okay, sir.
Ron Labruno, 9121 Ocean Harbor Golf Club Road, Southwest. Let me apologize. I'm going to switch to the more mundane item concerning agenda item 11.1, the UDO text amendment public hearing. That's before you later. But my initial comments would be is make sure you all understand and are, other than clearly just outright rejecting the whole thing, also recommend that you can indefinitely table this whole thing, because I believe, and as we've worked on this, for disclosure purposes, I am a member of the planning board. Sorry, not mentioned that originally. But these UDO changes, I believe, are completely unnecessary and do not advance the interest of the town and or its citizens. The present UDO essentially complies with Chapter 160D of NC statutes, and we always follow 160D no matter what is in the UDO. If there seems to be some question of that originally, on whether that's true or not, I did notice that another option is available to the council is that the North Carolina School of Government does offer for a $2,000 flat fee. You may want to consider in your budget process what they call the 160D code scan. So they will scan your code and come up with any required changes. I don't believe we have any of those out there, but I think maybe that would assuage some concerns that we may have something that's not complying. But no matter what, the planning board complies with 160D, whether the UDO specifically says, has language towards that. So what we're considering later, and I'll probably talk on the public hearing too, is unnecessary, makes changes that are unneeded. And if you feel there's some need to look at it for a small fee there, we can certainly take that up and look at any details that need to be changed. But these wholesale changes that we started with have now given you a less than wholesale change set to look at today. I think really in the end, all of it is unnecessary and should be rejected or at least tabled permanently. Thanks for your consideration.
Thanks, sir.
Daniel Clements, 7821 High Market Street. I own Mootown Ice Cream, and I figured I would give a little bit of a insight as a local business with the vending on the beach as well. So I'd start by saying my name is Daniel Clements. I own Mootown Ice Cream, as already stated, here in Sunset Beach. I would like to share some insights before the board votes on allowing the push carts on the beach. I would say that I think any effort to improve the experience of beachgoers is an admirable thing for the council to do. Myself, as well as fellow business owners, will say that our main goal is to provide a great service for our guests and improve the experience of everyone who visits our beloved town. While this opportunity would be very beneficial for my business, if I were to be able to participate with a cart, I believe the best course of action would be to wait until 2027. With the timing provided for me and for anybody else that does not currently have a cart, we would not be able to get one until July at this point in time. And so it is unfortunate if you do not already have a cart in place. I feel like the vote needs to be carefully thought out, and the ordinance needs a good amount of tweaking before rushing it for the 2026 season. I think the ordinance needs to explicitly say that you're only allowing Sunset Beach brick and mortar businesses. I also propose that instead of offering a first come, first serve on the permitting, you offer a deadline for all interested parties to file, and then you do a lottery drawing for it. That way you are not having businesses that are left out of it, and people that are, somebody camping out here at 4 o'clock in the morning gets here first in line and they get the permit before somebody else does. Or if they send in an email before somebody else, they get it in. I believe that this will be the safest way to ensure that the local businesses that are going to be directly affected by it are able to have the best chance at this opportunity. I do know that you're looking at 2 companies this season with 2 carts max, but I would like to know after this trial season what 2027 looks like. Is it going to be opened up to all local businesses that this is affecting? Because if there's 5 businesses that all want 5 carts next year, all want a cart next year, we could have 10 plus carts on the beach. And then that's over commercializing our area. If you don't open it up to everybody again next year, then we're in the same boat that we're in this year, where people are going to be let down, people are going to be negatively impacted. Again, I just believe the best course of action is that we table this until the fall. We take public input and take serious consideration of public input. We also meet with all the businesses that this is going to be affecting. And then we come together and we figure out the best course of action for the following year.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
Stuart Jones, 1410 Canal Drive. I plan on speaking during the scheduled public hearing on the UDO code revision, but I have some questions about the scheduling of that specific public hearing. The Unified Development Ordinance Section 2.16B2 states, and I quote, "Before an item is placed on the consent agenda to schedule a public hearing, the Planning Board's recommendation on each proposed zoning amendment must be determined." End of quote. The Town Council is required to vote in a public meeting to schedule a public hearing, yet you scheduled a public hearing on this item without even voting on it. Whose decision was that? The advertisement for this public hearing appeared in the Brunswick Beacon before the planning board even considered this item. Was the planning board's recommendation determined before the advertisement? No. This is a complicated amendment, and the public has not been given the proper amount of time to consider this item for this agenda. And I quote again, before an item is placed on the consent agenda to schedule a public hearing, the planning board's recommendation on each proposed zoning amendment must be determined. These are rules, not guidelines. Since the town council did not follow the procedure laid out in the UDO, is this public hearing even valid? Is your potential vote even valid? Once again, the town council is trying to deny the citizens the proper time and or transparency to be able to weigh in on to changes to the town. Why was the proper procedure followed for the other proposed UDO amendment on tonight's agenda? Why wasn't the obviously controversial subject of vendors on the beach scheduled as a public hearing? Who's advising the council on these items? Is it the interim town administrator who has no training or experience in how to run a town on a daily basis? I am asking you to be better and to do better. Please continue tonight's public hearing and delay your vote until the next regular meeting and follow the rules. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Hogby with Sunset Beach Trading Company at 423 Sunset Boulevard South. Start. Regarding item 13.2, or what was 13.2, island business employee parking. Our family business is entering its 36th season as a locally owned mom and pop shop. Like many small businesses, we rely on employees to operate. Including our family members, we have 13 employees, though no more than 5 work at one time. We are open 7 days a week from around 8 o'clock or 8:30 a.m. until 10 p.m. Our shifts run from opening until 3 p.m. and then 3 p.m. until closing at 10 p.m. We're running fully staffed and at full speed, roughly for 108 days, from the Friday before Memorial Day through Labor Day. The town has allowed us employee parking passes, and we understand the need for oversight. However, the current system has its limitations. For example, one of our employees on a day off was unable to pay to park on the east end because their plate was already in the system. We tell them you may not use your vehicle or this pass to go to the beach, but when they tried to do the right thing and pay for that, the system would not allow them to do that. If parking must be limited by the zone, that would be great, but the software needs to allow that employee to pay to park elsewhere when they are not working. Alternatively, consider issuing maybe a set number of transferable parking tags for businesses on the island that we can manage, meaning handing off to an employee as they leave and one arrives. Keep in mind, for safety, some of our employees are teenagers and soon to be are already older senior citizens who are walking to their vehicles after 10 p.m., sometimes as late as 10:45 or almost midnight for myself. Regarding as to whether or not there's too much or too little 1 hour parking, Katie Bordeaux and Mayor Phillips, if I'm not mistaken, met with the island business owners and discussed this at length. Changes were made, expenses occurred, and we have the 8 1 hour parking places. I understand that some of the East Main and West Main parking spots are roped off for reconsideration, and that can be put on the shoulders of the prior board or the prior council. But this decision of these 8 1 hour parking places was a decision that this council made. So why are we already back at this before the season ever really starts? Regarding item 13.3, LSVs and the town control lots, it looks like you're going to possibly change that back to saying during paid parking hours. I don't want someone on a golf cart who decides at the last minute at 9:58 p.m. to come get an ice cream cone that they get a $50 ticket because they parked a golf cart in the streetscape parking. Better use of Sunset Beach Police Department than doing tickets at night. And then finally, 13.6, beach strand vending. We remain opposed to expanding the island's commercial district from the commercial zone onto the beach. If it's safety, is it revenue, or is it customer experience? If it's safety, I assume some input will come from the beach patrol, water rescue, police, and fire. If it's revenue, the projected benefit appears minimal compared to potential costs incurred by the town. And if it's customer satisfaction, then that same standard ought to be applied to other decisions such as paid parking. Let the tourists or the customers decide what we should do here. What is that metric to determine a successful trial period? There are broader implications. What is the cap? Would all businesses have equal opportunity to participate in the trial period? And when does it stop? When is the application window open? We're less than 20 days away from the start of this period. I personally don't want to have a cart on the beach, but you have to keep in mind what you're opening the door to. Pizza by the slice by Papa John's, energy drinks by Dollar General, raw shrimp by Bill's Seafood, who knows? Anyway, think about what your constituents want and vote the way you feel. Amen. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Hobgood.
Anyone else on agenda items on?
I'm gonna live along with it, so she's gonna finish up. Good evening, Gary and Teresa Massey, 101 West Main Street, Sunset Beach. The pier says, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening about the push cart ordinance. Since I last spoke with you about this past Wednesday, I've had more time to look at and think about this proposed ordinance. As I looked at what is to be voted on tonight in section E, I hope that no one on this town council or the town administration had any part in writing this. The way this is written is absurd, and it should not represent the values of the town of Sunset Beach. We as citizens and taxpayers can only hope that this was a copy and paste from some other town's ordinance. Let's start with section E, peddling on the beach strand, proposed hours of operation 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. This is baffling. It turns our beach into an 11-hour-a-day marketplace 7 days a week. Several of the brick and mortars businesses on the island do not operate 11 hours. Sections 1, 2, and 3. These sections cover the trial period, permit application, and charging for permits. I said I find it shocking that the council would even consider an ordinance like this with less than a month before it would go into effect. This ordinance should have been at least presented and voted on 6 months prior to the trial period phase, and this version, the way written, should have never been considered in the first place. If it passes today, there's only 17 days before it goes into effect. This is clearly not enough time for any other business to research, purchase equipment, or apply for this trial period. This creates an unfair advantage from day one. The timing of this suggests that the trial participants have already been handpicked. My question is, what was the plan here tonight? Was it to hurry up and vote this then, and then in 6 months change it, and then another 6 months change it again? As I previously stated in a meeting with the mayor, town administrator, and a few council members, and several island business owners, we as the town, we keep passing beach ordinances year after year, and we continuously make changes to them throughout the year, and nobody knows what the rules are because they're continuously changing. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and hoping for different results. Section 4, push carts shall be designed for retail sales. This subsection is written so poorly that it's surprising that it was even considered for a vote. The wording or the lack of restrictions in this specific subsection is so problematic that it should be invalidate the entire ordinance, making any vote on it a waste of time and taxpayer money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Teresa Massey, 101 West Main Street. I'll be finishing up section 4 for Gary. Design for retail sales can be anything from clothing, beach chairs, vapes, anything that Walmart or the local head shop sells. The way it is written can allow a 5.5 foot by 10 foot by 8 foot high cart on the beach. As it is currently written, this would allow any retail establishment to apply for a permit at Sunset Beach and start doing business. How many people do we want from South Carolina and surrounding towns coming in, flooding our beach, selling items with no way to restrict them? This would open up Pandora's box and allow only God knows what to be sold on our beaches. With this comes the potential to allow outside businesses on the island and for them to take away revenue from established businesses that are already here in the town of Sunset Beach. Nowhere does it state that only existing brick and mortar businesses in the town limits of Sunset Beach could be eligible for a permit. Even the local business that brought this to the town council's attention probably doesn't agree with the wording of the ordinance. They certainly do not have push carts of this size, and their hours of operation at their own brick and mortar does not exceed 11 hours. The island of Sunset Beach is blessed to not have erosion problem like other beaches surrounding us. But each year there are ordinances passed by different town council that take away from what this island was founded on, and it is continuously erodes at what used to make the island special. This could be the council that keeps our island special the way its founders intended it to be. Not too many months ago, majority of this town council ran on being more business friendly and listening to its tax base. Currently, the way the ordinance is written, if it does not fail by a 5-0 vote, then I'm afraid some of you may have misrepresented yourself and your intention for the citizens of Sunset Beach and its business owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Massey.
Anyone else on agenda item? Yes, sir.
Notice I'm doing this without a cane this time.
Good for you. Good for you. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm John Corbett, 1313 Canal Drive, Sunset Beach. My first topic concerns 11.1 UDO text amendment. We have heard compelling statements from Stuart Jones, Ron LeBruno, and Richard Dysinger and others, and had the opportunity to watch the serious deliberations that took place on April 23rd concerning the Planning Board powers, duties, composition, membership, and maintaining the planning board as the approval body for the major site plans and major subdivision plans. If making changes, I strongly recommend council adopt attachment 2, the planning board recommendations from April 23rd for the UDO articles. My second topic concerns the 13.3 beach strand. On this issue, we've heard many compelling statements from Pier Manager Gary Massey and Teresa, Store Manager John Hobgood, and others tonight on the issues and concerns with the short-fused adaptation of a policy approving vendors on our beach strand. I find most of the arguments about the vendors on the beach to be very compelling. It was also pointed out beach vendors have been proposed for many years without success. I served on this town as a council member for 9 of those years, and during those years, despite the many contentious issues we had amongst ourselves, the council's always united in strongly opposing vendors on the beach. And I hope the current council still opposes vendors on the beach. Please do not approve vendors on the beach. My last topic is a concern about the topics being discussed in closed sessions. The state laws are specific as to what may be discussed in closed sessions. Basically, to consult with an attorney to preserve the attorney-client privilege, or investigate a personnel issue of an individual, or to hear and investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance against the town or representative. The vote on the Lumina Fairways changing the conditional zoning agreement reported in the Town of Sunset Beach newsletter said that the planned closed discussion that was mentioned today, the newsletter reported that the decision was voted on in the closed session and then announced in public. The votes on those things, if they're appropriate to be in the closed session, need to be made in the open session. Today, during the budget sessions, it was also discussed that the staff pay and COLA increases would be discussed during a closed session. Pay increases and that type of decision, whether sensitive or embarrassment or anything else, should not be discussed in your closed sessions. Those are open session topics. There's been other discussions, other topics that have come up that may also have been coming from closed sessions that are not appropriate to be public. I'm not going to try to listen because I really don't know factually what was discussed in there or what was not. But I will point out the town's attorney and the town administrator, interim administrator, should be responsible for ensuring that the closed sessions cover only authorized closed session topics. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett.
I do agree that if I would, one addendum on LSVs. I'm surprised that there haven't been more residents, owners, as well as renters complaining that they can't take their LSVs to the streetscape parking in front of the business, which are often being used. That's where they take the LSVs, particularly as it gets later in the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else on agenda items?
You.
Richard Dysinger, 704 Fairway Drive East, Sunset Beach. My family's owned property here since 1991. I shared my views in the informal meeting a couple of days ago, so I will not bore you with the Department of Redundancy Department. But I do want to emphasize on the issue of 13.1. There's been a lot of talk about the appropriateness of scheduling the meeting and some other issues in terms of, but I want to boil this down to its essence, which is we are getting ready to change significantly the decision change and remove the only community-based participants in that process. That's what the planning board is. We all live here. Many of us have lived here for a long time. And it is also an opportunity for residents to register their complaints or their support for site plans. The planning board also has the ability to make and request changes in that process that are not necessarily something that a UDO administrator is enfranchised to do. I can say from my 4 years on the planning board, there are many examples of where we were able to nudge developers and nudge site plans to the benefit of the town. The bottom line is the quality of the decision change is crucial to the quality of the decision. And when you take the community element out, I think you're going to find that the quality of those decisions will be questioned more ardently by the community and may not reflect the values of the community that we all serve. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Anyone else? Agenda items on. If not, then we'll be moving on. Next up, electronic portal comments. Each member has a copy of that. Y'all all seen that, correct?
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions or anything in regards to that?
No.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Proclamations. International Firefighters Day and the National Police Week. I know council has seen that. The only note that we need to make on that is the President of the United States had changed the date on that. This paper we have is the 4th. It was actually yesterday when he had asked for the flags to be flown half-mast, but it was on Sunday. I guess that's what they do. But other than that, each one of y'all have looked at this in regards to the firefighters and the police. Do you have anything you'd like to add? If not, I'll entertain a motion for these proclamations. Go ahead, Mike.
As a community, I think we're extremely lucky to have an excellent police force and a dedicated firemen that support all of our citizens. And I believe that this is great proclamation.
Okay.
I agree.
You want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we approve both proclamations for the International Firefighters Day and the National Police Week.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Next up is our consent agenda. The April 1st, 2026 draft meeting minutes, April 7th draft meeting minutes, April 13th draft meeting minutes, the April 7th closed session meetings, the April 13th closed session meetings, the monthly reports from the building inspection, code enforcement, finance, fire, police, and public works. Does any member of council have anything that needs to be discussed on any of this?
No,
Ready?
I do not.
I have a few things.
Go ahead.
The first thing, I just want to make the public aware that all of these reports that we look at, that's a roll up, each week you can see them. Go to the administrators tab. Mr. Claimer has given us a weekly report, and that's there. Just wanted to mention that. And I have one question. On the budget to actual report, on the copy I have, it's on page 29. There's environmental protection there. And it looks like we have some more money left, and we're getting close to the end of the fiscal year. Mr. Claimer, could you tell us what that environmental protection is? And it looks like we've have 75% of that budget remaining.
No, our finance director, Alicia, is in the next room and she can hear me. I'm hoping that she comes over and we'll be able to explain that for you.
Okay. It's on our way.
29. Let's see.
Did you hear the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
The environmental protection budget includes mosquito spraying, bulkheads, pond management, natural disaster reimbursements, and Tree City USA. So $50,000 of that is for natural disasters reimbursement that we have not needed so far this fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have anything else, Ms. Katie?
No, sir.
Anyone else? If not, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Next up, be moving on to our public hearing and council action item in regards to the UDO. The public hearing will be open. We will let Ron do his talk, and then we'll open up the floor. Same thing as goes. You'll have the 3 minutes with just please state your name and address and things there. Do I have a motion to go into the public hearing?
I make a motion, we go into public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ron.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Have a probably be speaking a little bit more longer than I normally do. Normally I try to give you a brief introduction, but I believe with all the input you've had on this and the complexity and the changes and so forth, probably a longer presentation, if you will, is probably more appropriate. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but I will be going through the documents. So before you, I'm going to start with attachment 1. And this is, attachment 1 is a document that was, I won't say approved by you, but moved forward at your April 7th meeting, which identified potential changes to sections 2.3 entitled Planning Board and 2.4 entitled Board of Adjustment. These changes range from including things like establishment authority, changing the composition and powers and duties of the Planning Board, how in terms, limits, and so forth, as well as the Board of Adjustment. So we got this item and we placed it. We were asked to put it on the April 16th Planning Board meeting. So when this came to my attention, I went through your code. First compared what was being suggested or asking staff to look into with this section of with this, again, it wasn't a direction, but it was moved this forward to the Planning Board for consideration. And a couple of things point out that we started out with just changing 2 sections, 2.3 and 2.4. But as a result of this, it morphed into a larger project because As an example, under limitations of authority on your attachment 1, there was a statement in there that said final decisions regarding site plan approval, subdivision approval, zoning permits, and other administrative development approvals shall be made by the UDO administrator or other official designated by the UDO administrator unless otherwise required by statute. So someone who works with your code quite often, I mean, it is part of the planning director job, I knew in the code that there was at least 2 other sections, one in major site plan review and one in the major preliminary subdivision review, that would need to be amended or at least reviewed by the planning board for consideration, because what I just read said that's not their powers. But if this was adopted, it wouldn't be their power. So I did a word search in your code. First thing I looked up was planning board. I think it came up 96 times in your code. Obviously, we didn't need to change 96 times. But I looked, okay, what changes were necessary to present to the planning board something that was consistent with what I felt like council had at least asked staff to move forward, consistent with that sections 2.3 and 2.4 voted on April 7th. So that's kind of where we got. That resulted in your attachment 3 that's in your package. And again, apologize for the length of this, but I felt like it was with the conversation that I've heard and the questions and things that I've heard, I felt like it's important. So in attachment 3, I don't have page numbers in what I printed out, so I apologize. I can't tell you to go to what page. We brought forward pretty much everything that was in that document. I did try to eliminate some redundancies. I don't like to have he, his, her in a piece of paper. If it's not necessary, just don't include unnecessary words, those kind of things. We brought in establishment authority, powers and duties were modified to be consistent with what the council said consider on April 7th. And then we also, the proposal brought in things such as the technical review committee and procedures. We removed the suggestion, basically again, was to remove the planning board chair or a liaison from the TRC. They're not a voting member. They come to the meeting to observe because site plans currently would go to them for approval. So we also amended common review procedures that were eliminated the planning board in specific review processes. Amended a table 2.22 review procedures summary to eliminate the planning board from as the final decision maker on, again, trying to explain where we got to on the April 16th planning board meeting. There was one definition and measurement, special sign district, which is nowhere, not in your code except for that one place. So that was why it was proposed to be amended and removed from the code. It may have been a carryover from the old code, or it may have been something in maybe the mixed use district requirements that were once part of the old code, but they're not in your current code. I did a word search on that just to make sure, why is it here? What is it referencing? So we took that amendment to the April 16th planning board meeting, and it was a lengthy discussion. They ended up continuing that item to the April 23rd meeting. So we met a week later, and attachment 2 in your packet is what they landed on. For the most part, a lot of the composition, the administration and procedures set Article 2 are pretty much the same, with some word choice changes and those kind of things. The biggest change between attachment 2 and attachment 3 was planning board felt like it was important to keep them in the review process for major site plans and major subdivision plats, preliminary major subdivision plats. That's going to be the biggest difference between attachment 2 and attachment 3. There are some word choice things here or there. Another item, excuse me, under powers and duties. One, the previous said to prepare, review, and recommend to the town council at the town council's request, a comprehensive plan or land use plan. I'm not going to read every single one of them, but as an example, the planning board included words such as at the town council request as confirmed by majority votes in an open session. So it would be directed, council would decide in an open session, we want the planning board involved with this or not. So those are some of the types of changes, if you will, in those membership and the powers and duties. But again, the biggest difference between attachment 2 and attachment 3. And attachment 2 is what the planning board voted on and ultimately recommended approval if the code had to be changed. And it keeps them in that major site plan review process, being the decision maker, major site plans and decision maker for major preliminary subdivision plats. I've tried to summarize this as easily as I could. I'm sure there's a lot more questions you may have. It is sounded simple on its surface, but there's a lot to this particular amendment. So I'm available to answer any questions. We can hold the public hearing, however you want to do that.
Do you have any questions? You want to work the public hearing first? Doesn't matter to me.
We'll do the public hearing first, and then we can ask our questions.
You can just sit down right there behind you. Well, that might have been where you're sitting anyway. Go ahead and sit down. Floor is open for public hearing. Anyone like to speak? I said this.
Ron LeBruno, 9121 Ocean Harbor Golf Club Road Southwest in Sunset Beach. Again, for disclosure, I am a present member of the planning board. And Ron too just did an admirable job trying to summarize the events and deliberations that have occurred on this. But I guess one thing I want to talk about here, I think it's been clear from my previous statements, I don't believe any of this should be adopted, and not certainly the way it's been done now. But my entire work history has been in the private sector, not in government. And in the private sector, we would never make a major change in process on how something as important as this without talking about it. And maybe I'm hard to get, I don't know. But as far as I know, there's been really no direct discussion, nor do I know if there's a mechanism for a direct discussion between members of the town council and the planning board. I'm here today as a resident, a citizen, just happens to be on the planning board. And you're sitting there as your official capacity. When it's reversed during a planning board meeting and I'm sitting there, then I'm a planning board member. And some of you, 2 at a time, are here as residents, not as town council members, technically. But for an item a topic that's this important, I'm assuming you had some real concerns or thoughts on this that you wanted to get done, that there was no previous discussion between anyone on the planning board or anyone in the town council. And in the private sector, we would have sat down between the 2 departments involved and figure out a way to get where we want to go with what I see at this point, wasting a lot of time. We've had no meetings on this. There's been no other discussion. It just seems like, to me, an odd and inefficient and unproductive way of doing business. The originally proposed text amendment, and Ron, correct me if I'm right, was that was your attachment 3? Would significantly change how development is processed in Sunset Beach. This is not a little item. You are taking major development, major site plans out of the public view completely. You may not like what we do in the planning board, but we do it in public. They get to see the site plans on the attachments. They get to come here and speak. I believe we're pretty open to public comment on that. And you're moving it from a public open meeting to behind closed doors. In such a thing, you have to wonder what's the motivation behind it. And I'd like to know what the motivation was behind it, but because I've had no discussions with anyone who proposed this in the first place, I don't know what the motivation. Is there agenda attached, some agenda attached to this? Sorry about that. But in my mind, any changes that rob the public of transparency and participation should be summarily rejected. And it's ill-conceived. Anything else in my mind would be corrupt. And unfortunately, the public, they come out when they see something they don't like, a big project going in, and it's too late. The time the public should be involved is now when we're writing the code. This is the so-called sausage making. At the very end, when we're taking the final vote on the site plan, the sausage has already been made. We're just serving it up. So this is the important time. This is a major change to how we're doing development in Sunset Beach. This isn't, I feel for all the cart people, but the carts are not going to do as much damage to Sunset Beach as changing this code is being, where major developments can go in and trees can fall before anyone in town knows about it. We need to figure out if there's some concerns on 160D or what we're doing and how we're doing it. I'm happy to sit down with everybody and figure it out, because we're always got room to get better. But this ain't making the town or us any better. Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Stuart Jones, 1410 Canal Drive. I am a current member of the planning board, but I'm here on my own. I'm here to support the planning board version of the text amendment and ask that at your June meeting, you approve the version unanimously approved by the planning board, or reject the whole thing. The planning board version generally keeps the status quo. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. In the council version of the UDO amendments, the council proposed changing the approval of major site plans and major subdivision plans from the planning board to the UDO administrator, whoever that is in this town. This would remove the planning board and the public from the review process. The benefit would be to the developers, and the detriment would be to the citizens of Sunset Beach. I went back and looked online and found that at least 3 of you listed improving citizen input in your campaign rhetoric, and yet here you are proposing to remove public input. Doesn't seem like an improvement to me. We have seen the planning board and citizens have important impacts to development submittals in the past. The staff can only enforce the law as it exists in the UDO, but the planning board and citizens can offer comments and suggest other improvements. The council also proposed that the planning board and the board of adjustment members can be removed by you without cause. So if a planning board member or a board of adjustment member says anything you don't agree with, they can just be removed. This is a form of political intimidation and does not have a place in Sunset Beach. The town's various boards and commissions provide checks and balances to the town government, and I'm asking that you not wave political intimidation over their heads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Public hearing's open. That's the last one. Member of council got anything? If not, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
I'll make a motion to close the public.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right. Next up now is your UDO text amendment. Amend various sections of the UDO to reflect Board of Adjustments and Planning Board power of duties, composition, and membership, and eliminate the Planning Board as the approval body for major site plans and major subdivision plans. Come on. Yeah, come on up.
Mayor, I guess this is where you decide what action you take, whether attachment 2, attachment 3, or any action at all tonight. So that's obviously your case, your decision. Again, just for clarification, attachment 3 is what we pushed forward initially to the planning board. That was heard by them on April 16th and then again on the 23rd as a continuation. Attachment 2 is what they have recommended from that, should you choose to change any of the code. Regardless of what your action is, approve or reject or to deny, reject or to approve, we do need a consistency statement read. If you take action tonight on that, that should be in your attachment should be at the back of the staff report, about the 5th page into the document that I have anyway, that I printed out.
On page 55.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Again, I don't have those page numbers. Apologize for that.
It's okay. 55.
So I'm here to answer any questions you may have on the amendment itself. I know you just had your public hearing.
Lawyer, you have any clarity in regards to things?
Question.
Member of the council got anything for the lawyer?
I'd like to ask a few questions.
Come on.
Would it be prudent in the language to add that the planning board director could be on the technical review committee?
That's a policy decision for you guys to make. I mean, I don't hear Ron expressing any great heartburn about that. So that, Ms. Bordeaux, that's a policy decision for you guys to make.
The way that I understand, excuse me, sorry, pollen has gotten to me. The way that I understand it, this is a text amendment that gives back the Board of Adjustments the power that Chapter 160D says that they have, that in the past the planning board has taken on as their responsibility. Is that a fair statement?
I think that's a fair statement. Yes, ma'am.
And that that in the text amendment, the planning board retains its authority to advise the town council concerning UDO text amendments, zoning text amendments, zoning map amendments, subdivision regulations on amendments, and other development regulations. They still retain that authority. Is that correct?
What this proposed amendment does is puts the legislative decision-making authority and final authority for certain quasi-judicial decisions in the hands of council and takes that away from the planning board. So as the UDO is currently worded, the planning board has very broad, very open-ended authority that I have found to be inconsistent with what some other ordinances of cities and towns the size of Sunset Beach have. So from our perspective, what this does is it takes some of the broad, open-ended authority provided under the current UDO provided to the planning board and puts that in town council's hands.
You got any more questions?
I think I do. Let me look. I have one written down here. Is it appropriate for the town council to have an open discussion like we just had from people on the same day that we have our vote without having time to consider what people have said?
First, this council has provided the public an opportunity to have input on this through the planning board. That's what the planning board's comments were about. Next, there's nothing inappropriate about council voting on this tonight. Having said that, if you wish to table the matter and consider it at another time to have more input, you certainly can do that. But there's nothing inappropriate about taking the vote tonight.
Any more questions?
Regarding the 160D statute is, I mean, I guess I've heard that both ways, the way it has been and the proposed new way, both are correct. Neither are wrong per se. Is that correct, or would you disagree with that?
I certainly don't think that there's anything inconsistent with the provisions of 160D with the way the UDO is presently worded, and I most especially do not believe that there's anything inconsistent with 160D about the proposed amendments. There are certain, as Mr. Satterfield and I have spoken over the last several months about this, there are certain mandatory requirements that you, obligations, if you will, that you impose upon the planning board. And that includes any rezoning efforts. This is not a rezoning issue. This is a change in the text, if you will, of the UDO. So the planning board will still have the ability to pass upon any rezoning or make recommendations about any rezoning petitions. This deals strictly with amendments to the text of the UDO as it pertains to the authority of the planning board.
And as legal counsel, which recommendation do you recommend to council? The original way it's been, the planning board version of it, or the version 3 that Mr. Satterfield?
As I understand the contention, the largest contention that I heard from members of the public tonight and members of the planning board, the issue is taking away the authority of the planning board to approve site plans. The approval of a site plan is an administrative decision, period. The public has no role in the approval of an administrative decision. The public has a role in legislative decisions that this council make. Those with standing have a role in being heard on quasi-judicial decisions that this council makes. But when it comes to an administrative determination, the sole question for decision under the proposed amendment from the UDO administrator is, does the site plan comply with the provisions of the UDO? That is not something for which the public traditionally has input, an administrative decision. That's what the administrators are supposed to do. Now, there are remedies that are available under the law if a UDO administrator applying the provisions of the UDO does not approve a site plan, or there are remedies that are available under the law if the UDO administrator approves a site plan that should not be approved. Then anyone with standing has a right to contest that administrative decision that has been made.
So would it be a fair statement? Say don't use me. An applicant comes to the UDO administrator. Here are my plans. It is not compatible. It is compliant with the whole UDO rewrite. The UDO administrator approves it. If it is not compliant with the UDO, what do they do next? They go to, what's the next step?
Anyone with standing would have a right to file a petition in Superior Court for Brunswick County to have a review undertaken of that administrative decisions under the provisions of Chapter 160D.
So that would be in the public. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm hearing a couple of things, and I'm certainly not, don't bring to the table the pedigree that Mr. Shipman brings. I'm not an attorney, but I've been doing this for 30 plus years, and land use is what I'm going to say, an expertise. So to answer your question that you were asking, if an applicant comes in, now I'm going to use Los Palmares restaurant that was just approved by the planning board earlier, or last month. I say earlier this month, but last month. That project, when it was presented to the planning board, it complied 100% with the rules. And the planning board approved it, obviously. So the planning board is acting, as Mr. Shipman mentioned, as an administrative review. And if it complies with the rules, they have to approve it. Doesn't matter if one person or 10 people or 100 people spoke up against it. If it complies, it complies. It has to be approved. And I believe that's what Mr. Shipman was trying to address. But let's say there were comments, there were things that weren't compliant, whether it was staff or the planning board. And listen, your question was the UDO administrator, I believe, Ms. Bordeaux.
Right.
So if it's under the review authority of the UDO administrator and they don't comply, we're going to provide them comments. You need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to bring your site into compliance. We're also providing those plans, though, to our public works staff, Brunswick County Engineering, Brunswick County Utilities, engineering for stormwater review, engineering for utilities, DOT if it's a Department of Transportation road, which most of the roads are here in town. There's going to be there's other people reviewing it. If from the town's perspective it doesn't comply, say the buffer standards are not compliant, we're going to provide them a comment. You need to do X, Y, to Z to bring that buffer into compliance with the code. They then have the ability to say, okay, we'll modify our plan to comply, or they can go apply to the Board of Adjustment and appeal our decision to not approve that plan. So Board of Adjustment is a next step. They serve as a check valve. From there, then they will go to the Superior Court.
And the
should
Board
they
of
want-
Adjustments meets in this room, sitting up here
They
with
may-
the camera going, and everybody can see for full
Correct.
disclosure what's being said
Correct.
and what the concerns are.
Sure, and yes, yeah, but as he stated, people with standing have to apply. Obviously, the applicant, the property owner, would have that ability to apply for that. The Board of Adjustment is it's a little more strict with the way that it's handled. It's quasi judicial. It's evidentiary hearing. It's court like. They're not going to hold to every single parameter of a court, but it's very similar to that. Technically speaking, only people with standing have the ability to present evidence. The Board of Adjustment makes that call, not staff. I've seen cases where an attorney spends the first 30 minutes trying to present why their client has standing in order for the board to determine whether or not they want to give that person an opportunity to speak. So it could be a very complex, type of hearing, depending on what the hearing is. One thing I won't say correct, but maybe differ a little bit of opinion. I think it was earlier, there was a question about is the planning board doing anything now that the Board of Adjustment should have been doing? I don't see that in this case, because they're serving, if the reference was due to site plan and subdivision review, because they're acting in that administrative review, the way the current code is set up, to me, they're doing administratively and it's not quasi judicial, because again, if it complies, it has to be approved. If, let's say, a subdivision came in and they wanted a modification from a code requirement, they had to go to Board of Adjustment. Planning board would not have, and they know that. And planning board knows they don't have the ability to modify a request. That's where someone will come in for a variance. The code currently reads, planning board may approve, deny, and it says conditional approval. Conditional approval, as I've explained it to folks, does it mean that if making up numbers, if the town requires a 20-foot buffer, that the planning board has the ability to say, no, you're going to put in a 40-foot buffer. It also doesn't mean they can say, okay, we only want you to put a 10-foot buffer. If it shows 20 foot, that's what the code is. The planning board has to approve it. So I'm hoping, I'm not necessarily trying to contradict what he said, but maybe just provide some more information.
Thank
Does that
you
make
for that.
sense?
It
Does that make
does.
sense?
Yes, thank you.
Before site plan goes to the planning board and then maybe has to go to the Board of Adjustment, how do we notify people who maybe have standing that this is coming up to these 2 weeks?
Well, going to the planning board, it's just through through the agenda that's posted.
Does the agenda state the site that they're looking at?
The agenda will say the best, if there's an address, we'll provide an address. We obviously always include the parcel number. Sometimes, property not addressed, so we'll say it's 300 feet south of whatever intersection on the west side, whatever, to try to make some clarification. But the agenda also includes supporting documents where someone could click on it and see case summary, staff report, a map, the site plan, those kind of things. Something going to the Board of Adjustment is different. Board of Adjustment, we are required to post a sign on the property. Folks that are adjacent to the property are also notified. We're not required by law to run it in the paper, but we do we're not required to.
No, we don't. We stopped putting.
Okay, we stopped doing that. So
we now put it online.
No, that's just bids that we.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So
there's a statute.
but we still try to put it in the beacon.
Still making.
Yeah. So it's not a requirement by law, because again, Board of Adjustment things are limited who can speak. It's those with standing technically who are ability to speak, not someone who being on the other side of town just saw the sign and they want to speak. So there is a difference on that. I just want to make sure that was understood. But regarding the proposal, Currently, your planning board is reviewing and have an administrative review of site plans and major site plans and major preliminary subdivision plats. Attachment 3 takes them out of the process. Attachment 2 keeps them in that process. There's some other minor modification differences, but those are the two. That was the biggest one. Has that been helpful at all?
Yes,
Yes,
most
yes.
definitely.
Member council got any more questions for the lawyer or for Ron? If not, what's the pleasure of council? You can approve this, you can deny this, you can table this, but I just need to know what your pleasure is.
Make a motion that we table this till the next meeting, take a really deep dive into all of this stuff, because attachments 2 and 3, as well as the text amendment staff, line by line, there's so much redlining. I think it takes a lot more to go through it.
Motion's on the floor to table. Do I have a second?
Okay.
Don't have a second there, so do I have a motion to approve or to deny? I guess that would be the next thing.
I'll make a motion we table it, then I'll go with Mr. Coughlin.
So I got a motion on the floor, or another motion, because that one didn't pass again. Got a motion. Do I have a second to that?
I'll second that.
All right. Any discussion?
I'd like to say a few things.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
We've had ample time to look at this. No concern on tabling it, but there's been so much miscommunication. I don't want another month of miscommunication and our public not know what we're doing. I don't know how we put out good messages. We've had a lot of discussion that we've heard. There were some inappropriate comments by the planning board saying that we don't know what we're doing. We need to not have that kind of discussion by anybody that serves on any of our committees. We certainly have treated them with the utmost respect, and we'll continue to do that. But to say that we don't know what we're doing is inappropriate. And I just don't want that to continue for another month. That's my concern. I just wanted to say that. I think if we are going to table this, we need to have a plan in place so that we can tell our public exactly what these red lines are. I read all the red lines. I understood everything I read. I also have a master's degree in this and a higher degree in this, so I understand it, but I want you all to be comfortable with it. So how can you all be more comforted with what the language is? That's where I'm going at. We're going to table it for a month. What exactly are we going to be doing in another month? Because we can't get together unless, we have to call a special call meeting. What is that exactly the plan if we table it?
I would like to spend time with somebody else and me and Ron go through this thing line by line so I can understand exactly what is now being proposed. That's all. I think that the general discussion's fine, but we got throwing things a lot up and back. I want to make sure that the language is correct, that anybody can understand.
I think that's fair. So
Any more discussion?
If we do that, though, I think we need to, we all need to do that, because we don't want to come back in June and say we don't understand something. I don't know how to set this up. I'm looking at you, Mr. Clamer, for direction, because we do want our council members to be very comfortable with what they're voting, one way or the other.
I can work with Ron to find out his availability, and then when he is available, I can schedule meetings 2 at a time so that there's no violation of any open meetings.
One thing I do think could be helpful regarding the redlining and everything, if we could have a clean copy of just what it would read, because I know I personally put it in a document, and then I removed the redlining so that I could read it better. So that might be helpful for everyone to do that, to be able to know if you're voting on 2 or 3, this is what you're voting on, word for word. And we've got the red line as well. I think that could be helpful for folks.
Any more discussion? We got a motion and a second. No more discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Table.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. It's tabled. We'll address that at the end in dispositions of directive. All right. Moving on now. Town administrator report. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
If you've attended a recent event in the park, you'll notice that some of our parking attendants were replaced with some large fluorescent signs that tell our visitors not to park in certain areas. So we have paid parking attendants previously in the past to man those parking lots to simply keep people out. And we figured a better way to do that without having more cost to the taxpayers was with these signs. So see those out there. That's one of the changes that we've made with that. A quick update on the ongoing Never Ending Catchment 7 project. We're hoping this week that project will be completed. Once they have all the materials, which I'm told they should have them soon, notice will be given to affected homeowners and that repair can be completed. And hopefully we can wrap that project up shortly. A quick update on the island traffic and parking study. Bolton and Menk, our engineers for this project, have given us kind of a draft overview of what they've came up with on their on-site visit. They've identified there were 30 spaces that were on the original design that were supposed to be poured as parking spaces that aren't even there. They found that they've taken the spaces that are there and put them into 3 categories, essentially red, yellow, and green. Red means it's a deficient spot. It shouldn't be where it is. Yellow means it potentially needs modified, and green means it's sufficient. They came up with 27 spaces that are red that will never be used as a parking space, 128 that they've identified as yellow, which means staff has the opportunity to work with the engineer and see if this is something that we can keep as a space. Can we repurpose it as perhaps a space for bicycles or for emergency vehicles only? And then 125 spaces that they've identified as green that no further look at those is needed. So as this project continues, I will give you further updates. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, one last thing. I'm sorry. I do have one more thing. Our new finance director was looking and just getting an overall look at things that we do. And one of the conversations that came up was merchandise that we sell and have sold in the past, and amounts that we've paid in for sales tax for those things. And she's found that we have not paid sales tax in the past on anything that we have sold. We do have to pay. We do have to catch up. We have to go back and see how far back we've sold things for, what that amount collected should be, make those payments, and any penalties that might come with that.
Have we let the Department of Revenue know this?
The Department of Revenue does know this, and they're the ones who guided us on this, because there was, I guess, a misunderstanding in the amount of sales that the town had did not qualify that we had to pay a sales tax on. The Department of Revenue said there is no de minimis amount. So if I sell you this pen and I get 12 cents tax on it, Department of Revenue wants a check for 12 cents. So we're going to be making that right.
Mr. Claymore, do you know what the final bill will be from the Catherine 7 project by any chance?
I don't know that number,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions for the administrator? Not, thank you. Moving on now to new business. As we said at first, we had moved the request to schedule a public hearing, the UDO 315 fences and walls. We'll be looking to schedule that public hearing for the June the 1st meeting. Does any member of council have anything in regards to that? If not, do I have a motion to? You won't say anything about it? Okay. Okay. If not, do I have a motion to schedule a public hearing for the June the 1st meeting?
I'll make a motion to schedule a public hearing for the June 1st meeting.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay. Next up will be, we've got one on here that says planning board consideration. I don't have a paper on that, so I'm not exactly sure what we got on that.
Might be a
So,
typo.
is there anything on it?
No, I think it's a typo.
Okay. All right. Next up will be the island business parking, or I'm sorry, island business employee or patron free parking.
Mr. Mayor, for this,
Yes, sir.
oh,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. For this is for discussion to look at the, I guess, the regulations or lack thereof that we give parking passes to island businesses. Currently, the way it works is that the island businesses contact me with a list of employees and their vehicles. That list is in turn given to our vendor Surfcast. Those license plates are entered into the system. There are some businesses that have quite a few license plates that are entered into the system, but they do have quite a few employees. If they're running, full-time hours on the island, and many of their employees are younger and they're not working 8-10 hour days. So for discussion is, should anything change with the amount of free employee parking permits that are issued to businesses? If they are limited, how many per business should be allowed? The increase in free patron parking, which it was discussed in our public comments section by Mr. Hobgood, from 6 to 8. Is that necessary? And lastly, should the amount of the free patron parking be reduced? So just several topics for discussion.
I personally think that we should trust the business people on the island. How many people need to have parking spaces to work. Okay. Periodic check with them would certainly help, but I don't think we have to be looking over their shoulder all the time. I think they're businessmen, they're good people. If they've got a staff member who's doing something strange, I think Mr. Hopgood talked about somebody who went to a parking spot to try to park. Yeah, as Mr. Hopgood said, there was a staff employee who went to park in a regular spot and was flagged as being, he couldn't park there because he was registered as a business park only. No? What
He was not able to
I think he wasn't
allowed to pay.
able to pay.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to
because
pay.
it shows that he has a pass.
Yes.
And, yeah,
Now,
that's,
the fact is that I don't think we need to restrict any one business there because they are so different in a lot of ways, the number of staff they have and the size of them. I think it would be inappropriate. Occasionally, maybe a check, asking for a list again to re-verify it, but I don't think we should do that. As far as reducing the spaces from 8 to 6, they need the business to stay open. And if they can get somebody to pull in there, I think we're coming up to the golf cart parking, which will changing as far as restriction is coming up later. And I think that's going to help also.
Do you have a tabulated amount of how many each business has asked for?
I don't have that, no.
I don't have it here, but I saw it.
Yeah, I think you gave it to us at some point. One business asked for 28 spots in.
And several of those were company vehicles that are driven by just, I guess, whoever jumps in it. So there's no way to put a name with it. It's just registered to the business.
That was a delivery. That was a delivery deal. Like they had so many company trucks, if I'm not mistaken, that said they was delivering.
Right.
And in regards to the businesses, like I said, you've heard from different businesses, and I know from the businesses that I've visited over time that some people only work weekends, some may only work on Monday, Tuesday. So I understand the wide number because everybody don't work 5 days a week or 6 because it's a lot of kids. So, and then only some work in the morning, some work afternoon, some may work midday. I don't know how they're scheduled. But I would hope that, and I have faith in our business owners that they would handle this and would not be looking to abuse the system. I wouldn't think they would. I mean, I wouldn't want to put somebody that was not responsible in my business running it, especially when they're dealing with money. So,
Is there a way that we can say, for instance, employee Sally. She already lives in Sunset Beach and she already has a free pass, right? We've given every parcel a free pass. Is there a way that we can find employee Sally that she already has a free pass and we don't give her a second one?
The system would recognize if that vehicle was already entered as having a pass if they were a property owner. Now, if employee Sally is 16, Sally's mom and dad have a pass each on their vehicle, then employee Sally doesn't have a pass. So then to put one on her car, unless she takes mom or dad's car to the island market, she would need a pass.
Or if it's an older, not a 16-year-old, but say another, an older person that's not 16 wants to register a golf cart, do we have any, I mean, can we find out to make sure that employee X, Sally, that she still has 2 free parking passes instead of 3? I don't, not accusing anybody of doing anything. I just think we need a safeguard somehow that we're not giving out an extra pass.
I can ask the vendor that question.
Okay. Be helpful.
I'm not able to answer that.
I think my question is similar to what Katie's saying. Mr. Howgood brought up a good point about what his employee found. Is there any way we can fix that problem as well?
I can ask that as well of the vendor.
Okay.
Do we know if all of them own their business? I know they own their business, but do they own the building, the property where they would be getting 2 free passes? I don't know.
Understand the question.
Say for instance, the Island, excuse me, the Island Trading Company. If they own that building, then they have 2 free passes.
If they've given me their information, yes, they would have been given a pass.
But we don't know who owns. We don't need to discuss that up here, but
if a business owns their property, they own that parcel. So by ours as a council giving any parcel owner 2 free parking passes, they get 2 free passes that way. Is that what you're trying to say?
I am, yes.
Yeah. So they would already have that through
if
the
they already
auto
had them,
system.
yeah, they wouldn't get 2 more unless they registered 4 vehicles. So if they gave me 2 vehicles and registered 2 on their own as a parcel owner, then they could. If they wanted to skirt the system, they could get 4 passes.
Hard to drive 2 vehicles at one time.
Yeah.
It's hard to drive 2 vehicles at one time.
Well, and I think, I know me seeing the list that came out, it was a little concerning when it was over 60 passes for 3 businesses were given out. Obviously want to support the businesses, but it did seem excessive, the number of passes. And the issue is, all of our residents, there are only so many parking spaces on the island to go to. And my concern is if we're giving away, we're going to end up giving away more passes than that, I think is why this ended up coming on the agenda, was because there were so many passes. I think initially there was a thought there would be 4 to 5 per business. And we were thinking with the 2 they already get, which most are property owners, then you would all get a couple more and that would be all. But I think when the list came out, it was a little shocking. And I think there were 6 1-hour parking spaces. Now it was agreed to 8 1-hour parking spaces. They are a lot more visible this year. I felt like last year you couldn't really tell. If you were driving onto the island, you really couldn't tell that those were 1-hour spots the way they were laid out. You really had to pull in and try to park, and then if it was available. Because last year those spots were open a lot. Nobody parked in them most of the time. And if they didn't seem to be aware that that little itty bitty sign that was there, you really couldn't tell unless you were right on top of it that it said 1-hour business. And I think people were even afraid to park in it, type of thing. So I do feel like the way it's lined up now is much more noticeable and the signage is better to let folks know to park there. My only concern is the fairness of giving so many passes away when people need somewhere to park on the island. I don't know if, with schedules, can it be worked out better where people do work a little later shift, or some come in at 5 type of thing, so that we are not taking up so many parking spaces that could be utilized by people coming to the beach or even coming to the island to shop or walk or whatever they're doing. It's nothing against the businesses. I definitely support the businesses, but it is a lot of free passes we're talking about just from the businesses we've heard from now. That's my concern. And, you know, there's only so many spots to park in.
Just, Chris,
yeah.
If I'm trying to focus is that it's a lot of parking spaces, but if they're all not being used at the same time, and there's only like 6 at a time for so many hours, it limits that amount. That's something we don't know. So we're just making a judgment.
Right. But our free passes is about, you know, that's a lot of passes that, you know, people can park. You hope they're only parking there during when they're working, but, you know, you don't know. Or some, to me, it's just a lot more than I think we all thought it was going to be.
Okay.
Perhaps I can ask the vendor if there's a way that they could flag the free parking that they give to the employees. Somehow when they check the plate in their system, that it identifies that they're only eligible to park with that pass in a certain spot. I don't know if that's possible, but that might accomplish what we're trying to get at, was that, you know, I have a pass to park for free on a Sunset Boulevard business, and you find me on the weekend on the far east end parked in a space and I didn't pay to park there. I don't know if there's a way that they can do that, but I know the system won't currently allow me to pay if I have a pass registered in the system. So we may be asking our vendor to make some significant changes to the system for our benefit that will end up costing our taxpayers some dollars if they have to make significant changes to their programming.
Have we thought
I'm
about a
speculating.
dedicated area for the employees to park, and then at 5 o'clock, you know, they move their cars closer? They shared that with us already, that, you know, they have to park wherever. And then at 5 o'clock, they move their vehicles closer to the building for safety. Have we thought about a dedicated area, was what my question was.
I think we talked about that, and I can't remember if we talked about that or not, though, in our meeting with the businesses about giving them designated spaces to park. I think the question was where are we going to do that? You know, if we did it on the streetscape, then that's taking valuable parking spaces away from the other businesses that are there. You think about the rental companies that are there. While they're not selling things on a daily basis like our other businesses are, they do have people that come in and out with various needs. So I guess where would we put that space?
I don't think you can use First Avenue either, because I think it's narrow, and it's a narrower road.
Maybe North Shore.
And you don't want to have it that far from your business, because otherwise the person has to go out. Good.
Right.
Well, they're walking anyway, more than likely. They're probably having to walk. How many spots do we have on North Shore?
I don't know the exact number.
No.
Just asking.
Yeah. Maybe you can go.
Don't want to take any action on this, sir. You want to move on? What you want to do?
We really need to know how many free passes we're giving out. You know, if it's 60, it's 60. If it's less than that, great. We need to know what we're actually voting on. If it's 60 passes, we need to know it's 60 passes. And I don't know how to capture that information from the businesses.
What we had were sent I was sent several emails, and it totaled up to 60, because I remember looking at it saying it's over a $10,000 value, not, you know, the passes are. And it was a lot more than I guess we were initially told it would be, for whatever reason. I just think we needed to understand, you know.
Do we know how many passes they were provided last year? I've asked for that. And did you get any response from
I have not
from Auto to know?
No, I've asked for that several times and have not received that response.
That's the first thing you got to have. You got to have the right information. So till we get that, I don't see how you can do anything.
Well, I'll make a motion to table it.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Moving on next, municipal code ordinance, chapter 72, provision of LSVs in town-owned parking lots. Stand not in.
I'm going to take the lead
Okay,
on
you
this
can
one.
take this one. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so this is a suggested, as previously passed in our last month's meeting, the ordinance change prohibited low-speed vehicles or golf carts from parking in town-owned parking lots at all times, which included the streetscape, the gazebo, and the West Main Street area just past 40th Street. It was for a year-round prohibition of LSVs in those areas. However, upon further consideration and feedback from some of our business owners, that we don't want to have a negative impact for them. The recommendation before you tonight is to consider, again, amending that ordinance in Chapter 72 that prohibits low-speed vehicles or golf carts from parking in town-owned lots. And this ordinance would match our restrictions on paid parking, which is from April 1 through October 31 of each year. And that restriction would be from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So the areas remain the same. It just changes the times and the dates. So there would be in line with our paid parking and with the dates and the hours.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this recommendation for Chapter 72.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next up, municipal code ordinance amendment, chapter 95 beach strand regulation. Go ahead, Chief.
Our code employees have ran into some, and things change. Things happen on the beach strand, things happen all over town that we're not trying to keep up with. And what they're running into are people that have electronic leashes that they say allows their animals to be confined within a 10-foot radius, which is what our ordinance requires. One thing that's not defined in our ordinance is what is a leash. My recommendation tonight is to amend Chapter 9501 to further define a leash as what's shown there in red before you, and to amend Chapter 95.08 also that requires pets at all times to be leashed, but to also add the language while on the beach strand or in the Atlantic Ocean adjacent to the beach strand, because people feel that once they enter the water that they can do whatever they want, and the law and the rules do not apply. However, statute gives us the authority to regulate things within the waters adjacent to the beach.
I'll make a motion that we amend Chapter 95-01 to define the leash as stated in this report.
Do I have a second?
A second.
All right. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, 9508. Do you want to include it in the same
Yes.
motion?
Yes, there's two there, 9501.
Yes.
9508.
Yes, please. Thank you for that.
It's just 9501 and 9508. There's a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Vote. Next up, policy adoption, credit card usage. Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we have a current policy that defines the use of credit cards by authorized employees. This is a more inclusive policy that details what a town credit card can be used for and who's authorized purchase purposes, prohibited purchases, defines receipts, how they are to be collected and submitted, defines disputes, safeguarding and lost or stolen cards, outlines the finance director's responsibility, ownership and cancellation of cards, and it also includes training and acknowledgement, which we previously didn't have with our existing policy. So this is a much better and much needed policy change for the town.
Under authorized purchase purposes, it says up up to $1,000. An employee can use a credit card up to $1,000. Is that without a purchase order?
You can have a purchase requisition is required. So no matter the amount that's purchased with a credit card, a purchase requisition and a detailed receipt itemizing everything that was purchased is required.
So that's after the purchase?
Yes.
Okay. Are y'all comfortable with that?
So you're just saying they turn in paperwork after they make the purchase. Is
Yeah,
what
for
you-
example,
there's a
if-
purchase order, a lot of times you do the purchase order first, order something.
If it's over, if it's $1,000 or more, there's a purchase order process for a requisition. For example, if I go to training and there's parking involved with where I'm training at, meals or an overnight stay, receipts are turned in after the fact. And that's for this policy.
Anything else?
Just one question, down at the bottom here, where it says with explicit prior approval from the finance director or town administrator. What are those guidelines? So the second page.
Okay. These are food purchases. So food purchases are prohibited with the exception of during approved travel or training or with prior approval from the finance director or the town administrator. So that those two bullets are for food purchases.
Okay.
If somebody were having, I don't know, an open house, let's say, and they wanted to provide, I don't know, snacks,
Okay.
cookies,
How
that
about
would have
like
to be approved.
How about like a training event or something like that?
That would have to be approved as well.
Okay.
Pleasure, council. In regards to the credit card policy updating.
I'll make a motion that we adopt this new credit card policy.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
More discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
13.6, policy adoption, beach strand vending.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
This was, I guess, what's the right word? This was brought to my attention by a local business that was curious about vending on the beach strand. Did some research, had conversations with our attorney, and looked at some other towns, what they do. Looked at their ordinances, looked at their applications, and put together a proposal that is for discussion. This does not have to be the be-all, end-all. There are things that were pointed out to me after this was put together that perhaps don't even apply. And I'll be the first to tell you, I don't know everything. And I think a strong point of that is that I'm willing to admit it. And I'm willing to ask for help. You know, there was questions that were brought up. Well, can we restrict this to brick and mortars in Sunset Beach? I asked that question of our attorney, and he said, you can absolutely do that if you want to get sued. Because we can't do that. We can't say that only brick and mortars in Sunset Beach are allowed to sell things on our beach strand. Can we say, well, you can sell ice cream and you can sell smoothies, but you can't sell vape pens and you can't sell t-shirts or shark tooth necklaces? We can do that too if we want to get sued. So we cannot restrict what is sold on our beach. So yes, we would have to allow a vendor from South Carolina. Yes, we would have to allow someone that wanted to sell vape pens or cigarettes or whatever they would want to sell on the beach. The language that you see here is similar to what an area beach town in Brunswick County has, where the permit amount came from. The $1,500 is similar to what another beach strand has. A cart fee, similar to what another beach strand has. The window of observation to determine if this was something that was going to be beneficial for the town, or is it something that we wanted to continue or not wanted to continue? We thought, or I thought, Memorial Day to Labor Day would be the best way to get that look, similar to what we did when we had the wind-driven device trial. So was this pushed forward by any other means than to get a good look at it? No, it wasn't. But some of the things before you there, as I mentioned, are the requirements and fees. It mentions that the applicant must possess a valid business license. I'm told by a vendor who contacted me through email that Brunswick County doesn't issue business licenses. I don't know if that's true or not. This was reviewed by the attorney. And that didn't stand out to him. So that may be something that needs to be struck. Again, this is a living document, I think. As far as the requirements for the size of the cart, I know that was mentioned in one of the public comments, I believe, by Mr. Massey. The requirements for the size of the cart says that is not to exceed the size that is in this ordinance. Are we going to be out there with a tape measure? Is our code enforcement going to be measuring umbrellas? No, but do we also not want to have an umbrella that is so big or a cart that is so massive? And that's what this is intending to prevent. So this language was similar to what is found in other towns. This isn't just something that I made up off the top of my head. It was reviewed by our attorney as well. Under section 110.02, under peddling, hawking, and the like, that's existing language. And as you'll see, there's just minor changes there that would facilitate vending on the beach strand. Under section B, it adds the entire section E. Under C2, when it talks about the event permits, existing language says that we will investigate the applicant's responsibility, character, and identity in order to protect the public welfare before issuing a license or license pursuant hereto. We don't do that. And our legal counsel asked, how do we do that when somebody's asking to be a market vendor? And he suggested that be removed. And then you can see in the back on section E some of the requirements in order to allow peddling on the beach strand under this trial phase, if you will. And I think like we did with the wind-driven devices, the people that are out on the beach all the time, our code compliance people, our beach rescue people, would be the ones that would give us the report back to tell us if this program was a success with the 2 permits or if it was not a success. And even the 2 permits, is council chooses to make it 4, chooses to change the amount of carts, that's 100% at your discretion.
Well, I would like to speak out in opposition to this proposed trial period for the beach strand vending and add a few additional points for consideration. This discussion really comes down to what makes Sunset Beach different. In every other beach along the Brunswick coast, families don't choose Sunset Beach despite the lack of vendors on the beach. They choose it because of it. That quiet and hurried atmosphere is part of the identity of our island. It's something that has been built over decades, and it's increasingly rare in this day and age. Nearby beaches, I'm not going to name them, but they offer pushcart vending and more commercialized experience. Sunset Beach has intentionally remained different, and that distinction is a strength, not something that we need to fix or commercialize. Even as a limited trial, I have concerns about precedent. A two-cart limit may sound reasonable today, but once we allow commercial activity on the beach strands, it becomes much harder to say no in the future. Other businesses will want the same opportunity, and future councils will face pressure to expand beyond what is being proposed today. The cleaner, more sustainable policy is a clear line: no commercial vending on the Strand. It is also important to recognize that the businesses making this request already have a physical location just steps away from the beach. That access already exists for their customers, for vacationers, for residents. There's no lack of availability. It just moves the commercial activity directly onto the Strand itself, which I'm definitely opposed to. Beyond character and precedent, we also have to consider environmental impacts. Our beach strand is not just a recreational space, which is what it's classified as. It's a natural habitat. Increased activity from vending carts has the potential to impact wildlife, including sea turtles, shorebirds, and marine life. Protecting those resources should remain a priority. I happened to be on the turtle patrol and walk one morning on the east end of the beach, and you would be amazed at the trash we pick up every day. And there are 3 teams that walk every morning, and the trash we pick up, you would be shocked. So we do not need to add to that. We also do not need to add to the cost or the volume of trash on our beach that our public works already have to pick up, which is a cost to us. And as somebody stated earlier, that cost is going to way outweigh the cost of the $1,500 we might get for this part. So there's no money even consideration here. It would be a lose in every angle, in my opinion. There are also practical concerns regarding enforcement, fairness to other businesses, as which many have been stated. I will not reiterate those, and the overall increase in congestion and activity that is currently, at most times, a quiet, family-oriented beach. For all those reasons, protecting the character of Sunset Beach, avoiding a slippery slope of expanding commercial activity, maintaining fairness and safeguarding, most importantly, our natural environment. I cannot support allowing vending on the beach, even for a trial period. And I have many more issues and concerns I could address, but I tried to be brief.
So you want to make a motion? You want to make a motion to deny it after that?
I'll make a motion.
Mayor.
Or some others might want to speak.
I'd like to say a few
I just
things.
want to say,
Go ahead.
okay. One of the things that initially bothers me is the administration on the front end of this. Number one, we've established this, or looking to establish it in April, and it's not a lot of time for those businesses that don't have carts, they're not sure how they're going to do this if they wanted to even apply. And I think we're doing a disservice to all these people. And if we're going to do anything, let's not do it this year.
Sean, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I agree with what y'all are saying. I got a feeling that it's just going to open up a can of worms for us. And it's, at every different level. And we just need to try to avoid that as much as possible. And let's put this idea to rest for this beach season.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with it.
I've got a few things, and they work in tandem with yours, but I'm going to go ahead and say a few things. Even if we look at it next year, the issue of setting up businesses with each other is still there. We've got the pier who sells 2 or 3 items of slushies. They also have some ice cream novelties too, I think, and you have some beer and wine and other non-alcoholic beverages. The Island store sells soft serve ice cream. The trading company sells the hard dip, and y'all are welcome from the advertisement that I just did. But you all, it just sets us up for if we really need that kind of treat, a little walking around might be good for some folks. I know for me it would be good. The second thing, and I have 5 of these, and I'm going to be brief. The second is I always hear from the community to please do what you can to preserve our natural resources. The town's most significant document that guides anything we do is our comprehensive land use plan. And it does tell a story on how to preserve our natural resources. Our natural resources are our town park, of course, our future Majestic Oak Park, the lakes that we maintain. We have, 10 or 12 lakes that we maintain in our beach strand. You all don't know this because I haven't told you, but I was a science major. That was what my bachelor's degree was in, and I love the environment. And believe it or not, us as local leaders, we are tasked with preserving the environment. I just asked again for us to be leaders on this, and I think that's what I'm hearing. Many of us come to Sunset Beach when we were little. I came here from Myrtle Beach, and I enjoyed it being not as commercialized as Myrtle Beach, and I think that's why people come to our town. The third is the trash, the cups and the spoons that this is going to create. Remember, I told you I love the science, I love the environment. There are 558 species of marine life that are affected by human trash. We sure don't want to create any more problems out there. Sea turtles and other marine life, they're vital to our ecosystem's health. These little creatures are environmental engineers out there doing what they're supposed to do. And as I stated earlier in my remarks on the General Council discussion, both state and federal governments have legislation in place to protect, and we should vie to protect that as well. The fourth thing is, if we permit one vendor, we must permit others. And this is what scares me. If we table it and then want to do it again next year. Every law class that I have ever taken, public use buildings, the use of it was always discussed. And there was a little activity that I can remember the law professor having us close our eyes and say, hey, think of a group that you like. And I heard him say, oh, y'all were smiling. And he said, now your eyes are closed, think of somebody you don't like. He's like, oh, I see you frowning and I see your teeth gritting. And he had to open our eyes. And he said, the lesson from that, when you govern over public buildings, it is important that if you let one person in, you let another person in. You have to. The Supreme Court is very clear on this. We don't know what somebody else may want to sell out there, what they may want to pass out, and we just do not need that. That goes against what our family values are here. And lastly, I just want to echo what Mr. Postle said, is it is unfair that we didn't give people enough time. Even if we wanted to do it, we need to give them more time. So you all spoke and said you were not for it, so I'll go ahead and make the motion that we deny this request.
Second.
Any more discussion? And just know this was not something that was brought on by the council. This was brought on from a vendor, just like a citizen input. So that's what it came to. That's why it had to come to here. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, next up.
Hey, yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Can we move up the request for the public hearing so Mr. Satterfield can lead?
It's already been moved up.
Yep.
That was done That was done number one.
Yeah.
I'm
That was the
sorry.
first
I'm
thing
sorry.
he done.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The resolution.
It's undone. Yeah,
The
he
resolution.
he just been sitting here because he wanted to listen.
He needs to speak on the resolution adopting the SENC regional hazard mitigation.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Do you need to speak on that? I mean, if you could wait a few more minutes because we didn't change it in the
You're almost
thing. Yeah. Next up is our report adoption, 904 corridor study, Bolton and Mink. With regards to that.
Hello, and we have a presentation for this one. So hello, everyone. My name is Zoe Huebner, and I'm a transportation planner with Bolton and Mink. I also am joined by my colleague, Lorna Allen, and we are happy to answer any questions about the study at the end. So our presentation is on the Sunset Beach NC 904 corridor study. So this looked at 904 from Highway 17 in the north to Sunset Beach, Beach Drive in the south. So our agenda today, we'll go over the process of this study. We'll talk about the plan's recommendations, and then our next steps for this plan. And I just want to do a little table setting, kind of tell you about the plan and how we got here. So the corridor study was initiated and funded by the Grand Strand Area Transportation Study, also known as GSATS. This plan was done in coordination with the town of Sunset Beach, Brunswick County, and NCDOT. And then numerous groups during the life of the study gave their feedback and guided it, including the project management team, the steering committee, and the public. So just to talk about this plan, what this plan does do and what it does not do. So this plan looks to identify problems and issues through analysis and engagement. It provides a list of potential unfunded projects and then also works to provide implementation strategies for those projects. In the future, it'll serve as a guide for future public and private development. And then when it is adopted, it'll be able to support federal funding applications so you all can get funds to actually build these projects. So what this plan does not do, it does not create any shovel-ready projects, and it does not commit anyone to build anything that's recommended in this plan or any other projects. It's simply a guiding document for what could be implemented in the future if all stakeholders choose to do so. So just to go through the plan process a little bit more. So the study was started in August of 2025, and it can be broken up into our 3 phases here. So we started with our data collection and existing conditions. During this initial phase in October, we also met with our stakeholder group, and we had our first public open house. So for these meetings, it was pretty much, we informed them what the plan would do, and then they gave us their feedback. So a lot of listening happened in this first one. Then at the end of the year last year, we started putting together a list of potential improvements, and we brought that entire universe of projects to our stakeholders and then to the public again. And they gave us their feedback, and we looked to refine those projects. We also started looking at additional policies and other recommendations that could help improve conditions on the 904 corridor. And then really this year, it has been about reviewing the plan, making sure everything is how the stakeholders want it to be, how the public wants it to be. Went through a few rounds of review, and then ultimately we are here today to adopt the plan. So just to go into the engagement a little bit more, so we had events in October, December, and then here in the spring. And all of our activities are listed out on this slide, but I really want to point to the online activities that occurred in October. So we had an online survey and then an interactive map that the public could go to, leave their comments on the map at like a specific location, tell us what they thought the problem was there, or if they had a specific improvement in mind, they could let us know that. And through that map, we had about 170 comments, which for a corridor this size is pretty good. And then our 2 open houses, we had about 30 sign-ins to each. I would say this number is probably a little bit low. If there was a group, sometimes only one person would sign in, but those people could come. They could ask the project team questions, discuss anything that they wanted to with us. Yes, and then the last thing I want to point out for our spring 2026 engagement, we did meet with the planning board on April 16th. So I do want to extend a thank you to the planning board. I know a few of the members are here tonight. And we gave a very similar presentation to them, just informing them of what this study is and how it can be used by the town of Sunset Beach. Now, I'd also like to extend a thank you to our project stakeholder group. So all those names are listed on the slide there, but they gave us feedback throughout the project and really helped guide what this study became. So with those folks, we discussed our plan goals at the beginning of the study. So I'll just go over those. So we really wanted to address recent anticipated growth along the corridor and then the stress that it places on the roadway. We wanted to improve access to the local beaches and create safer transportation opportunities for people driving, pedestrians, and bicyclists. We wanted to guide policy and strategy for access management along the corridor. And then, as we have been discussing, we wanted to do all of this while holding the needs of the natural environment in mind. Obviously, the environment is important in every study you do, but especially in a town like Sunset Beach when we're right along the coast. And then a few of our anticipated plan outcomes that I'll get into a little bit more throughout the presentation. We wanted to create recommendations for specific transportation improvements, things like intersections, walkways, bike facilities, new roads, etc. Create policies to guide future development in the town, and then ultimately create and adopt a plan document. So now I'll get into the plan a little bit more. Essentially, it's broken down into 4 different pieces. The introduction, which we kind of just went over, the existing conditions, which I'll talk about a few key pieces. We have a full engagement summary that lists out all the activities that we did, the people that we met with, common themes that we heard, and then the bulk of the document is our recommendations. So to go over a few of the existing conditions, this is not everything that we looked at, but just a few items that I wanted to touch on. So we have our corridor here. Like I said, Highway 17 to the southern point. One unique item here is that the southern portion of the corridor is within the town of Sunset Beach's jurisdiction, while the northern half is Brunswick County. We have our future land use map here. Nothing really to note. It'll be similar to what it is today, a mix of residential and commercial. And then the item that really drove the need for this plan is we took a look at development or approved developments, and the ones on this map are just from Brunswick County. But as of February 12th, 2026, there were 5,382 units being approved for development. And obviously all of those people have to drive somewhere, have to go to work, recreation. And so we want to make sure that the corridor can serve those developments. We also took a look at previous transportation planning that has been done in this area. So there were a few projects done or projects proposed and planned for by Brunswick County to improve safety and connectivity. NCDOT had an intersection improvement that they were looking at, but none of these projects are currently funded. So just kind of plans if funding were to become available. And to go with our developments, we have our traffic volumes. So specific numbers are listed there. But the short story is really NC 904 is carrying more trips than similar 2-lane roadways across the state. The northern portion is nearing capacity. The southern portion is over capacity. And I'm sure if anyone has been on the corridor during rush hour, they would say that it's busy and congested. And then to get at that environmental piece, we looked at the wetlands and floodplains. We also looked at if there were any critical habitats in this area. Those exist closer to the beach itself, while this area is generally wetlands. And if any project were to have funding and to go into construction, these things would be looked at a lot closer. So now to get into our recommendations. So this section is divided into 5 different categories. We have a guiding framework that really goes over the goals and the outcomes that we talked about earlier. And then we have 2 project maps. So it breaks the corridor in half at Old Georgetown Road and really looks at the project locations and the types of projects that could be done at each point along the corridor. This section also includes a concept drawing south of Old Georgetown Road along NC 904. And so this just looks at the corridor in a little bit more detail and goes over those specific recommendations in a drawing style. And that's followed by our project type details and the phasing plan. So for each of those projects that are listed on the corridor, that corresponds to essentially a project 1-pager that goes into a little bit more detail on what we are recommending. So it kind of talks about what the improvement is, a planning level cost estimate, the agencies that would be involved, and then we do have some example images from where it's been done other places. And in this section, we also have that same information in a matrix format along with our project horizon for what we, for when we feel that these types of improvements could be made. So it's broken up into short-term, mid-term, and long-term. And we also included a few roadway sections, which just visually represents what the roadway could look like if NC 904 were to be redeveloped. So still handling automobiles as it does today, but then includes more beautification and facilities for pedestrians and bicyclists. And then this section closes with some of our other recommendations. So this could be things like code amendments, new ordinances, Vision Zero type activities, and then a few future studies that could be done. And just to dive a little bit more into those other recommendations. So the newer updated policies would create more predictable expectations for developers with respect to walking and biking facilities, roadway connectivity, and landscaping responsibilities. So some of these policies are appropriate for the town and the county, while others would just be appropriate for the town to implement. So then it's our final slide here. So what happens next? So hopefully tonight the plan will be adopted by the town of Sunset Beach. The plan will also go for adoption by GSATs. I believe later this week it'll be presented on. So when the plan is adopted, the town of Sunset Beach can determine which projects that they would like to move forward and seek funding for. And then once the funding is secured after the planning phase, we'll go into the design and evaluation phase, where those projects will be looked at more closely. And things like the environmental aspect will also be looked at more closely. And then once we have those design plans, funding for construction can be secured before the project is actually constructed. So like I said at the beginning, none of these projects are shovel ready, and they can constantly be refined through the design phase before construction. And so that is all I have to share. If you all have any questions, I would love to answer them. Yes, thank you.
I have a couple questions for you. Could you go back to your slide where you showed the view of the roadway? Mm-hmm. That's fine. So we go forward with this. All this area in green and the trees will be the responsibility of the town of Sunset Beach. Is that correct?
So the NC 904 corridor is currently owned and maintained by NCDOT.
Right.
And so if any of these projects were to move forward, there would be agreements between the town or Brunswick County, if it was in the north, and DOT on who would be responsible for those items. All of these roadway sections that we laid out do fit inside the current right-of-way today. We did not want to go over the right-of-way because we know that a lot of new homes are built kind of right up to that line. And so the trees should, at a planning level, fit into the current right-of-way today.
Okay. So, for instance, that's a raised median in the middle there, and we're going to end up owning that, being responsible for it. At some point, we're, at least once a week, we're doing something in that median strip to make it, pleasant to look at and all that kind of stuff, in reference to that. But in some of the other information that I've seen, there's also maybe a future plan from NCDOT where it will be 2 lanes in each direction. Have you any input on that as far as what you've heard?
Yes. So to answer your first point, so if this were constructed as shown and the roadway stayed being NCDOT's responsibility, then that median, if there were no other agreements or anything changed, that median would be DOT's responsibility to maintain. Would not be the town of Sunset Beach's unless there was an agreement made later on that you would all maintain that.
Okay, that's a little bit different than what I was told. Like we would be responsible for it, not NCDOT. That's why I'm asking all those questions in regards to that. That's all.
And I think that's a good point, Sean, because I also think if they maintain it, that means it's not going to be very maintained. So that means we're going to have to maintain it and pay for it like we do now. And we get very little money for doing that. It's costly to us to maintain the roads, to keep them looking and mowed properly, in my opinion.
No, definitely. I definitely agree with what you're saying.
comical that that's maintained, it might be mowed monthly.
Yes. And
Go ahead.
I will say that this is planning level. What we've shown there is a recommendation of what could be. This can all change. There does not have to be a median out there. It's just a recommendation.
I understand that these projects ebb and flow. They move up and down the priority list. We just mentioned this to the public tonight. About what decade is this going to happen? And I don't mean to be smart, but but it is going to be a while. And I think our public needs to know that this is not going to happen next year, the next year, the next year, that this is way on down the road. Could you give I guess maybe what's the word, guesstimate on when you think it would come to fruition?
Yes, I believe in the plan we have it in the 10 plus year category. And so that would be the full potential roadway reconstruction. That also depends on the availability of funding. So if that's funding from the state level or a federal level, we estimated it at 10 plus years. There are a lot of projects that are in the short or medium median term that could help conditions on the corridor today that would not take that amount of money to implement. So there are shorter term projects that would cost less that could still help conditions on the corridor.
Like 3.1, for example, at Georgetown Road, the roundabout there. I know it said it's under consideration. What does that mean? Does that mean it could, because it's kind of in the 0 to 5 year short term project horizon, but does that mean it might happen sooner?
Yes. So everything, all of the timelines that we listed are, like you said, they're guesstimates. If funding were to come up, then they could be constructed sooner. If all of the stakeholders were on board to get something moving really quickly, that it does not have to wait 10 plus years.
Because we need the intersections. We need those roundabouts, I would say.
I just want to mention, I believe in GSETs, they had the intersection of 904 and 17 would be done with the same setup as they have at Ocean Isle Beach Road and 17, where you would turn right before you can go left because of the number of accidents on that particular road. Apparently it's quite high compared to others. So they said something about in 2 years or so they would redesign that particular intersection, but that doesn't mean anything happening in 904 itself.
Yeah, so to address that comment and then also your second comment. So there are things currently planned for on the corridor, such as the expansion of the roadway and then the reduced conflict intersection from NCDOT at the intersection of Highway 17. And so like this document and the projects that are recommended within it, they are just plans. So that can change depending on funding and then the roadway widening. So those proposed projects kind of initiated this study to look at it a little bit closer because the roadway widening is very we only have so much right of way to work with. And so that could potentially cause a lot of issues with the new construction that's out there. So this was to look at it to see if there are other ways that we can still accommodate all the traffic without a roadway widening.
Well, and even with that picture right there with the trees in the middle, which looks beautiful, but somebody's got to maintain it. But also you lose your turn lanes that are widely used right now. I don't know if they would do away with those.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
So this is just a section of the roadway. At each of the intersections, it'd be looked at closer if these items were going to construction. This is just what it could look like.
Any more questions?
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
I think we need to make a motion to accept her report or deny it, or I think we need to either approve it or not. Could you come back up and guide us is it a mere that we accept your report, or do we need to approve your report?
So I believe it would be a motion to adopt the report.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Mayor, before we vote, I just want to share this with you all so everybody knows. So the GSTAT's Technical Coordination Committee adopted this last Thursday. And I asked after they adopted it, I said it hadn't come to the our town council. She said regardless. That's nice. It would be great if the town council adopted it, but if they don't, it's okay, because what happens is this is entered into the NCDOT system. So this concept or this idea is in the system, so that whenever anything comes about as far as change, that this much legwork of that process is done. Is basically how she explained it to me. So I'm just throwing that out there, just so everybody is aware of that.
I think we should adopt it. It's 200 and some pages. I know we were all read word for word. Yep. We did. I know we read it. Yeah. Because we've talked amongst ourselves about it. It was a very thorough report. And I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the 904 study as presented tonight.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up will be our resolution adopting the SENC Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Yeah, I'm here. Somehow this project became mine. So.
I'm sorry, I missed that front. We didn't move it. I'm apologizing.
No. You were no worries. No worries. So I was involved with this project from probably not as much as I could have been, because I didn't realize I was supposed to kind of run with the ball on that one. But I did ask Jim Iannucci with ESP. They are the project managers for the Southeast North Carolina Hazard Mitigation Plan. Here to do a presentation. This plan is amended or updated and adopted every 5 years. The last one was done. I believe there was a resolution approved by council in August of 2021. So that's what we're here for. It identifies action steps to be considered should town have want to apply for certain grants. And without that plan, there's some grants that we would not be able to apply for. But Mr. Iannucci can go in a little bit more detail on that.
Hey, Ron, real quick, is this the first time we've done this?
No, your last plan was adopted in 2021, and I know there was at least one more before then, because I've seen some archive records on it. It may have been others.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Is it how we get our federal assistance reimbursement if a disaster were to happen?
Yeah, so it would qualify you for your hazard mitigation plans, your floodplain plan. Just because a project's not in this particular plan specifically doesn't disqualify for it, but because of legislation passed in 2000, that's what made you, be able to be qualified to get that. So again, like I said, I'm an engineer that worked on this project. Nathan Slaughter was the author of this. This is a regional plan. I think he's going to queue up a presentation, and I'm going to draw my years as county engineer up in New Hanover County and kind of read the room. I'm going to enter this into record, but I'm probably going to go through some of these slides pretty quick, let you ask your questions and kind of move on. You will have the opportunity in 5 years, this plan will come back due, and your emergency management personnel, your police, your fire, your planners can continue to update this. And so, like I said, it is a plan that's regional. Brunswick County has been part of this plan for years. Onslow County was added in the last iteration, but Sunset Beach has always kind of participated. But I am going to kind of go through pretty quick just to kind of let you have time to ask the questions you want to ask. And so, like I said, there's your slide. Like I said, that flood mitigation assistance, the hazard mitigation plans for those, Ms. Bordeaux, to be able to be qualified for this plan being current. And so what you're doing is you're adopting the draft of this plan. FEMA will finalize reviewing it, and then that'll qualify you for those. And so, like I said, it is a regional plan, so that, like I said, you'll have, copies of this, so if you want to refer to it. But like I said, all the different municipalities in Brunswick County, I'm from Oak Island, and we participated in it as well. And so, like I said, it's basically just a a plan that, you know, it went through. We had meetings like at Cape Fear Community College. Ron was, you know, participated in those. Plus there was, you know, public surveys and things of that nature. And so basically you're trying to identify the risk. And I just point out that we all know, like we had that unnamed storm number 8, we had flooding, but there's also cyber, there's heat, there's other risks that not only Sunset Beach is susceptible to, but all of Brunswick County. And so that's what kind of, you know, puts this plan, you know, into action. We're required to have it, but it also has the use from that standpoint. And so it's not only you're not only trying to protect your existing development, you're trying to protect future. And that's kind of where the planning and things like that. So I'll skip ahead. So that's kind of where some of these mitigation techniques come in, where some of the rules that you pass will be prevention, but then also there's, you know, you had some stormwater projects, structural things of that nature being done, emergency management services, as you noticed, like DOT's putting in stream gauges, all those kinds of things to kind of protect your public. And so this is a particular plan for Sunset Beach particular, just to consider an emergency operations center. So there's not only Brunswick County specific objectives, but there's also specific ones to Sunset Beach. And again, when this plan is renewed in 5 years, you'll have the opportunity to add to them. Also had a public survey. WECT put out a lot of information out. And so we actually had probably more public input in this area. We're used to doing this kind of thing than, say, the western part of the state and things of that nature. And so again, this plan just came due to be renewed. So that's what Ron's looking at, you know, this evening would be you adopting to, you know, this update to the plan as it's, you know, been modified for this current 5-year cycle. Again, there I've included the author's email and phone number if you want some information there. And then, like I said, I just wanted to kind of, I'll make this available, but I really wanted to kind of provide an opportunity for all y'all to ask questions.
Thank you.
So we adopt this tonight. What's the next step for us that we would have to do?
That's you would adopt this draft plan, and then, you know, there may be some administration language, but then FEMA then, you know, adopts this regional plan, and then it is in effect for the 5 years, and then you're qualified for that federal funding. Yes, sir.
There's not really anything we need to do administrative wise.
No, sir. No, sir. It's basically that planning process that we did, and you may choose to get your police more involved, your fire more involved, you know, and to, you know, get some of those things, you know, more specific in the future, but you're really just trying to adopt this to keep it current.
Yeah.
Sir, let me ask you.
Yes, ma'am.
In here, it says, whereas the town of Sunset Beach has performed a comprehensive review and evaluation of each section of the previous approved hazard mitigation plan and has updated the said plan as required under regulations and at 44 CFR Part 201. Who did that?
There was some personnel, and I believe Ron can, you know, speak to some of the specific steps.
Do you mind repeating? I'm sorry. Is that in the
Sure.
resolution?
On the last paragraph of the whereas.
Of the whereas.
It talks about a town of Sunset Beach has performed a comprehensive review and evaluation of each section of the previously approved hazard mitigation plan. And I don't know that we've had a copy of the hazard mitigation plan. I've never seen it.
No, I've reviewed the plan and the elements within the plan, and I've worked with interim town administrator throughout the process once he became the interim town administrator.
Very good. So staff did that.
Yeah, staff had done that. Yes.
Thank you for doing that.
You're welcome. No questions.
The recommendation is for us to adopt it, Ron. That's the recommendation, Ronnie.
Yes, you have that resolution, recommendation to do that so we can maintain the ability to apply for those grants that are necessary as things come up. We did identify a few things, action steps. One of them he showed on the screen was possibility of an EOC building was ever needed. You know, so that was one that was discussed, worked with Mr. Claymore as well as Mr. Childers to, you know, as a possibility on that. So doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means that, hey, we've identified it as a potential, and if there's any funding available, we'd like to make sure that's available. So
thank you very much.
It's a pleasure, council.
Make a motion that we adopt the SENC Regional Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks,
Mayor,
Sam.
thank you for your time.
Thank y'all.
All right. Contract award on-call engineering. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, the council approved staff to put out an RFQ to look at engineering services for the town as part of our ongoing review of contract services. Proposals were received from Thomas and Hutton, based out of Myrtle Beach, G3 Engineering, which is based both out of Wilmington, North Carolina, and Myrtle Beach, and McGill Associates in Charlotte, North Carolina, received in those orders. Staff submitted or staff reviewed rather the submittals, keeping in mind the needs of the town. What projects are we gonna have on the horizon, and will any or all of these firms meet our needs? We've also compared the price sheets that were submitted by these firms, and it's not easy to say, well, it's going to cost us X if we go with firm A, B, or C, because it's on a per need, per hour basis. But upon review by staff, looking at the needs and services that we believe the town is going to have in the coming years, the recommendation is to enter into an on-call contract for engineering services with Thomas and Hutton.
The contract, is it a period of time? Is it a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year?
That's a good question. Let me take a look.
Well,
The RFP, I think, stated for 3 years, and then in one of the proposals that we looked at, it did cite that it was a 3-year contract.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think you were going to, were you able to do any negotiating on the pricing? I know there was talk about some negotiations going on with.
Yes, they did say that everything they have in that proposal would be up for consideration, including, every bit of it. They did say that was an option.
Because I also think we need to look at our current engineering firm. Whenever if a new firm takes over, we need to make sure that all of our information is sent over, and how is that charged for, kind of the onboarding with the new company. We need to kind of negotiate what kind of costs there are there. And if I remember correctly, our engineering services, I don't think we had a lot in there because we don't have any huge projects other than the ones like going on right now, wrapping up Catchment 7 and Majestic Oak. So I just think we need to make sure where we are in the cost category there to get this going with them, because it's been disappointing, some of the lack of stuff that to me has been updated properly over the years with our current firm. We need to make sure that stuff is relayed and updated.
Agreed. My recommendation would be, however, though, that we allow the current firm to complete the projects that they're in the middle of with us.
Right.
So the Catchment and Majestic Oaks.
Ribbon. Well, we have more concrete work for the parking ribbon too, don't we?
Perhaps. We're not sure that those if those spaces are going to be filled or not.
Okay.
I think there were 7 additional spaces.
Yeah.
But I think anytime you onboard with somebody else, it could be costly to get the hours billed and all that. So I think that needs to be part of
Sure.
about making sure we going forward, because we've got a lot of business with McGill. We need to make sure all that data gets moved over.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that was ours, a part of the company that we've been with, if we do change, any of that stuff is retained to the town because we own that.
It
We
is,
pay for every bit of it,
but
so.
some of it's questionable, its accuracy.
And what format is it in too is an issue. May not be a digital map, a digital map. On a lot of stuff that we have.
Right.
I just know we paid for a lot of surveying through them, and every time somebody digs, it seems to be an issue, and the maps aren't seem to be accurate maps. They go off the county GIS, which are wrong in a lot of cases.
Pleasure, council, in this.
I propose that we accept the contract for Thomas and Hutton and letting our town administrator negotiate those pieces that need to be filled in for completion.
Do I have a second? Any more discussion?
My one thing is, should we say to negotiate with them and then come back with what it's going to be, or do we just vote it? I mean, not knowing what the prices are or what we're paying. Yes, I would like to know.
I think Katie
One more
gave us a good
detail.
answer. We talked about the RFP and RFQ. Do you remember what you told us about the pricing and stuff like that? You know, we asked for the request for qualifications.
Did you want to say what I said, or?
Well, no, we'll let you say. Yeah. I mean, that's a very valid point that you brought up in reference to that.
Well, we've just announced that we're probably going to go with them, so we've we've lost any negotiating that we've had. So.
I think if
Cat's out of the bag.
Let me change that.
Okay, because I would like to see
I'd like
what we're agreeing to.
I'd like to make a motion that allows our town administrator to accept this proposal after his negotiations with them.
We see that they are now qualified, and we're making a recommendation that we like the qualifications that they have. So now's the part that you roll up your sleeves, all of you and the Thomas and Hutton, and now you negotiate what their fees are going to be. And bring that back to us, and if it's not acceptable, then we'll go with another group. Is that in line with what you were?
Yeah, I
trying to say,
just,
Mr. Potter?
when we give the town administrator the ability to go out and negotiate for something like this, I trust that the person's going to negotiate, our town administrator and the contractor, in good faith, and that he will pick the correct thing.
Because for an engineer services, we have to go with the request for qualifications. We couldn't go with the request for a proposal.
No.
So now we've evaluated, we like the qualifications, and now we're moving to the next step. Mr. Arnold, is that what you wanted me to say?
Well, no.
That I had shared with you earlier?
Yeah, what we talked about in just in some emails amongst all of us was that we have there's RFPs and RFQs, and under the RFQ, we can negotiate a price. There's nothing wrong with that, but we don't have to go with the lowest bidder, is what I'm saying, and that's the point I was trying to make that you brought up. That under the RFQ, we're looking for qualifications. They were better qualified. And
we do have to go with the lowest responsive bidder. We do have to go with the lowest responsive bidder.
Okay.
We can't just.
All right.
Yeah.
You got your motion. We got a second now for this one.
You want us to vote?
You just made a motion, so we got to have a second.
I didn't make the motion.
I thought you just said
second
it again.
motion.
I thought you just said it again. I thought you said I'll go ahead and make the motion for me.
I think Mr. Postle made
Okay,
the
that's fine. You got the
And
motion.
you
You got the
seconded.
second. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Kimberly, make sure you get that down.
Next up is our budget amendment, planning director position. Go ahead, Ken. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor. The Finance Department is requesting permission to transfer $34,000 out of the administration budget to the Planning Department budget for the Planning Director position.
Council's looked over this. What's the pleasure of council?
What happened that we needed to do this? Was there just a shortage? That was it?
There was no money in the budget for the Planning Director position.
Okay.
And that position wasn't funded
All right.
previously because we have a
Took it out.
We have a contract
Okay.
plan.
I didn't know if the
So
money
this
was
is in anticipation of perhaps hiring a planning director before the end of this fiscal year.
Okay.
So our current contract goes to when?
It's a 60-day out. We haven't terminated that yet because we have not identified a planning director.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we move to approve the 2025-26 budget ordinance amendment as finance has presented to us.
Second.
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Abolish the roll cart program.
Mr. Mayor, this conversation came up during budget about the roll cart attendant. The roll cart attendant program is a town employee, a part-time employee. On trash days, once trash is taken to the curb, this employee pushes the carts back underneath the home for island residents, back to the home for residents that don't have an elevated structure. This program is offered to all properties on the island and a portion of properties in Seaside Station. It is not offered to any other property owner in Sunset Beach. Some of the concerns that we have with this program is first, that it's not offered to all of the residents. Second, there are risks associated with having town employees on private property uninvited. And if there were an injury to our employee, who would be responsible for the claim is not entirely clear. And lastly, a resident recently made the claim that our employee was trespassing when he went under his island home to retrieve a trash container. If this program is abolished, there are options for residents who cannot provide this service for themselves. There are for-hire companies that offer this service. My recommendation to the council is to abolish this program effective immediately.
When you say effective immediately, would we send out a letter if council votes to this? Would it be some type of letter to the affected property owners so that they would know? Because if their trash cans left out, that's going to be a code violation. How would we get ahead of this?
A notification could be made through a mailing. We could advertise it the normal ways that we do electronically. But I think it would be easy enough to identify the properties in which that benefit from this program and send them a mailing. So versus immediately if the council so chose, we could shoot for a month out, beginning of June.
Clear the Memorial Day. It went into effect 1st of June.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think some notice needs to be given. Not, folks.
I'd like to just maybe, I don't know how you all feel, but I'm thinking maybe extend it out to July 1, just so people can get on board, get a contractor, all that kind of stuff.
Start of a new fiscal period.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do about the concerns, the legal concerns that you've brought up about our employees going on somebody's property we've trespassed? What happens, like you said, if somebody gets hurt?
Exactly.
Accidentally they get hurt. Or inadvertently they break something while they're on there, then we're liable. So if we extend it, the concern, if we know now that this is illegal to do this, it's going to be illegal. It does need to be effective pretty soon. My concern is how do we let people know?
This is not, before I was in this role, this is not something I thought about. And I think about it now. If I'm a renter, and nobody tells me that there's going to be some random person walking underneath my rental home handling my trash cart, and I come out and see this person, how am I going to respond? I don't know. And then since that island resident made the claim that our employee was trespassing the minute he stepped foot under his home, those are serious allegations. Mm-hmm. And I'd hate to see one of our employees end up in front of a magistrate because a resident made the claim that our employee trespassed.
Would it be acceptable with the council that we stop the service immediately, but that we give a grace period? Which means like stop it tomorrow or whatever day, the next day the employee's supposed to go out there with a the trash cans are going to have to stay out there, because if we know it's illegal to go on there, somebody else's property, we can't tomorrow do it. Because we've identified it now that it's illegal to do that. Then we could go with whatever day you all said, but to then start assessing a penalty, because the only way you're going to teach people to not leave their trash can out or not to get one of the flyers that you gave us to contact the vendors is to assess a penalty. And it is in our code to assess a penalty, right?
Correct.
So would that be a good path forward, is to stop it, knowing that we're going to have trash cans out there, and then start assessing penalties on a certain day that we all agree on?
I have a question. Go ahead, y'all finish then.
I'm thinking that if you're going to give a moratorium on assessing a fine, you want that moratorium to end before Memorial Day. Because if not, you're going to have a lot of trash sitting out there until July 1 or June. So I'm concerned with too long of a moratorium. But at the same time, there's people that are 1 or 2 states away, and they have to have a way of contacting somebody to do what we've been doing for them.
Could we put this on these? I don't know if we want to endorse companies.
I don't think we want to do that.
No, I don't know that we want to endorse it either, but.
Because there could be more than what, and I didn't lay these here. I don't know where these came from. But
I reached out to local companies to see if they even could provide the service, because I hate to think of pulling a service away that's been given for years and then not giving them an option of something to do. I've had several residents tell me, I don't mind paying for something, I just don't know somebody to do mine. And I reached out to just to see, as individuals, could somebody contact these companies? Could they provide it? And I found 2 that could. Some could also do it like for the whole town. And, I mentioned to our public works about, is it something we could offer a service to residents where they pay the town for that service, kind of like we do trash right now. But there didn't seem to be buy-in to do that, but it even could be a little bit of a revenue generator. It definitely wouldn't take away, from the tax base, because I think the issue is we're only doing it for parts of the town. But my question going back is, my understanding was when trash is taken out, if your trash bin is rolled out, after your trash day comes, the next day, a town rollback person would roll it back, not under your property, but just out of the right of way. But then I've heard, since this all came up, every scenario known to man. Some are rolling out their trash, some are rolling it back under them, some are giving them, I guess, valet service in that department. I mean, it sounds like it was not run well to start with, in what I have heard.
I've heard the same thing, that
Yeah.
Residents mentioned that their full can would be drugged to the street by our employee.
Yeah.
If it was missed, the full can would be pushed back, and that's not. It's not the way the program was supposed to be operated. Public Works tells me otherwise, but
yeah. So to me, it was. But my concern is, if I don't like that the service is only provided to very few residents, because other residents are like, I want the service. Well, to me, that would be a lot of people need to be hired for that service. But to me, I don't think we should just yank it away immediately. We've got to do some communication is key. We got a lot of feedback on this from residents, some both ways. It seems to be the ones that are renters that rent or that are part-timers are obviously more of an issue. So don't know if the rental companies can absorb doing this with their properties so that we don't have trash cans everywhere. Because we also don't need to create a code issue for people, or I'm not also for finding people right away whenever they may not even know about it. There's just, I don't.
Trash pickup is
lots of
Wednesday.
concerns I have.
If we abolish this immediately, then we're gonna have cans everywhere on Wednesday or on Thursday.
One of the subject, and this is not about exactly, but what we, maybe on our website, we can indicate that that we're abolishing it, and 2, that we are asking people who, or companies that are providing this service, to let us know who they are, and we'll put them on the website and let the people who want them contact them. versus us establishing that you should go to this guy or these are two, because it sounds like we're getting something out of it. Let the companies come to us and tell us, put our name on your option list, and let them go to the homeowner can then send it or call these people and say, what are you charging? What can I do for you?
Or maybe we just say they're a local company.
Yeah, I don't know that we want to get in the business of advertising, because if we miss somebody, they
Well,
don't
put it on the
see-
website.
Yeah, but if they don't see our request for their business, I don't know that advertising is a good idea.
I prefer to put it on a website than to pass out a flyer with somebody's or a set of flyers, because technically we're soliciting vendors for them, and I prefer not to solicit vendors because there may be others. I don't know. You've done all the work.
I wasn't soliciting. I was just seeing if I pasted as I'm a resident, and would you provide services in Seaside Station and on the island if the service went away? And I found 2 companies that said they could and could handle that and pricing, because I was just curious, if you don't know somebody here to do your trash like a neighbor, what are you going to do?
So perhaps the language in the letter that you're going to send to the affected property owners are, there are services that provide, there are companies that provide this service. Just Google. I mean, I don't know how to say it, but maybe we can just say that we have you don't want to say you've identified people, but we have identified companies that provide this service. So somehow the language in the letter, you're very good at crafting letters. You're a good wordsmithman. Put something in there that there are services, companies that provide this service in our area. And then we're not listing anybody, we're not offending anybody, but we're at least letting those folks that didn't watch this very long meeting that they know that, reach out to somebody in the community or Google it.
Or if they've got a rental agency, they should contact the rental agency and say, you'll have to get somebody to move my cans back, and I'm going to have to, if I have to increase the rent to do so by $10 a week or 20, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
So do we want to give them a date, a cutoff date? That's what I'm.
I think we do need a cutoff date. We can stop it tomorrow and then know that we're going to have trash cans. And when folks start seeing the trash can out there, word will spread. May not be good words that are spreading, but it will spread.
I realize a liability issue, but most times you expect to get at least 2 weeks.
2 week at least.
Notice so you can make these arrangements. And my suggestion, if we're worried about people pushing the cans back and being accosted we should have the police do it.
Well, I think we're concerned with trespassing on private property. That's one of the issues. There were 3 issues that were brought up, and that's one of them. The other is if somebody gets hurt or somebody damages property. And we don't, like you said, the gentleman that we went under his property said we were trespassing. There are legal issues why we don't need to do it anymore. And I don't know if we get grace period on that or not. I would say we probably don't get grace period. If somebody gets hurt,
no,
they're not going to give us any grace.
You want to abolish it immediately? If that's what y'all vote on, go ahead and abolish it, and then you can always set up a thing after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, the fines will start. Then that gives people a few weeks, gives you time to get the letters out and go from there. But you got to be able to get it out to them. Like I said, some of them don't live here, so they don't need to get, if they don't roll their trash can back Thursday, they don't need a ticket Friday. That don't need to go through.
Yeah.
We need a few weeks before any codes. Even if it's June the 1st or July, whatever. We just need to get the information out. That's the key to that.
I suppose the other option would be if we wanted to consider it, because clearly there's several variations of how this program's being run. So for the next 2 weeks, we could instruct the roll cart attendant to not leave the right of way, push the can out of the right of way, which satisfies the ordinance that it can't be in the right of way. Our employee remains in the right of way, pushes the cart onto the property and moves on. for the next 2 weeks. So the homeowner is still going to have to go and retrieve that cart and put it underneath their house or next to their house, wherever they put it, but they stay in the right of way. So do that for 2 weeks. So through May 18th.
That would be starting this Wednesday then.
Suppose it gets ordered.
This Thursday.
Right. We would move them out of the right of way so there was in compliance. So there
Thursday
wouldn't be
morning,
any
pick
sort
up on
there wouldn't
Wednesday.
be any sort of violation. We'd get letters out as quickly as we can.
That's just for the next few weeks because the Saturday pickup on trash has not started on the island, correct? They're not doing Saturday yet, are they? Or are they?
I think they are.
They already started.
Yeah,
Okay.
they already
Okay.
started. Yeah.
So that'll be another issue come Saturday.
So Memorial Day is 3 weeks from today. Just keeping that in mind.
I'm at.
We got to do it. If we're going to abolish it, we got to have a motion for that anyway. So we got to do that before we figure out anything. So.
And maybe you can help us understand what the roll card attendant does, because we have several different.
You sleep back there.
You know,
we actually currently don't have a roll card attendant at all. We're using one of our department employees to roll these back. So yeah, pickups on Wednesday. We pull them back on the island Seaside Station on Thursdays, and then of course the Saturday pickup has started on the island. So usually on Sundays we try to do it, but to be honest with you, we've been doing it on Mondays because my guys that's not their position to do right now. So if you guys would like to move forward for the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks, however long, until June 1st, we can roll it back to the right of way. I agree with you, not getting on private property for sure. But that's the direction of council. So whatever y'all would like to do.
It's a pleasure, council.
I'll make a motion to abolish the roll cart attendant program effective immediately.
Have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And you'll put that out, get that out in the next few days. Start trying to get some information out to the affected owners.
We will.
And we'll go from there. All right. Contract approval audited, sir. Thank you, Matt. Oh, Matt, he done forgot back there.
Had I known he was going to be here.
Go ahead, Miss Alicia.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a standard auditing contract provided by the Local Government Commission. It will be approved by the Local Government Commission. Finance recommends council approve the fiscal year 25-26 audit contract with S. Preston Douglas and Associates totaling $28,000 for fiscal year 25-26 auditing services.
It's a pleasure, council, in regards to this. I think most of you looked over this. Y'all good with this? Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the audit contract with S. Preston Douglas and Associates LLP for $28,000 for fiscal year 25-26 for audit services.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up is our ERC appointment. And this is for to fill the vacancy of someone that has resigned. This will fulfill their term into July 2026. And you know, if y'all see fit to put a person in, if you want to reissue or reorganize this in July 2026, you can. If you're comfortable with who you put in, then you can stay. We just interviewed a bunch of people. So we definitely have people that are willing to serve in this capacity. So what's the pleasure of council in regards to this?
Nominate Mrs. Whedon as the ERC replacement for the short term and looking at her for the long term.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next up, disposition of directives. And we have, of course, the parking. We got the public hearing on the fences and walls, and then the UDO amendment. All that can come back up in June if everything is ready. Be determined on June the 1st. Is there anything else that needs to be added to the disposition of directives?
I had some things to add.
Okay.
One is us looking at biweekly payroll. We currently do weekly payroll, and I feel like that could be a process improvement to save a lot of time doing payroll from our staff. lots of considerations. Some of our fire and police, currently some are paid ahead of working based on their schedules. And if we could work it out where timesheets are done and you're paid off of hours actually worked versus projected hours, the true up or settle up process could really streamline that process more as well. Feel like we just need to look at that and see if it's feasible. Another one was accommodations tax. I would like us to look at our accommodations tax to make sure we were receiving, sorry, my voice is going, it's been a long day, to make sure we're receiving the accommodations tax we should be. It seems that our accommodations tax numbers are low. I've seen some local rentals that have been listed that do not appropriately show the accommodations tax that should be paid to Sunset Beach. So I'm not sure if they're just not collecting it right and they're giving us the right amount of money, or if it's messed up totally. So I think we need to do some looking at that. From a dredging perspective, I would like to add us to look at starting a dredging committee and looking at getting dredging set up better than in the past, so that I've got a whole list of stuff, but in due of time, we can talk about it later in detail.
But all these on June, or do you want to?
Well, I want them to be
put them
added.
down, but you don't have to add the date until we come up. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the biweekly payroll, they say it's ideal whenever you start a new budget year, but I know that, timing may not be on that, but it would, so anyway, that's all I got.
All right. Anybody else? All right.
I have something.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This is already on the deposition of directives, but it has to do with our non-residential buildings or structure ordinance. You all will recall that I pointed out that in December 2024, the previous council had a training on this, and they even had a draft ordinance, and we had a public hearing, but the council took no action. I'd like to have some type of update. We have a non-residential building structure that's right across from our town park that continues to be an eyesore. And I think our public deserves to have some type of update. If we're limited by things, then we need to tell the public that. So we've had this on the agenda since January, and we're getting ready to be more in the season. We're going to have people to come visit. They're going to say, well, last year, the year before, the year before, the year before, the year before, this continues to be an eyesore, and our public deserves for that to be abated. The second is I looked at the ERC rules that are online, and it states, online rules state, you okay over there?
Sorry.
State that we have a 7-member ERC, and in fact, we have a 9-member committee. And so that was one thing I saw. And then I also saw another item on there that talks about that that the ERC can use citizens or people from the public at large just for information, but they cannot put them on a committee. And I think that that might need to be told to the ERC, because there's been a petition to a former ERC member to be on a subcommittee, and that's just against the rules. So I don't know if we need to. The rules were actually adopted February 2019, and then they were amended in April 2024, but it does not reflect.
Either of those.
Right. And then the third thing is I don't know how to get the word out about the newsletter that we have. I don't know. I know it takes a lot of time to put that newsletter together. Would like for more people to see it. I guess it's going out on e-alerts. Just, that's really not a deposition of directive. Just would like to have some kind of concerted effort to get the newsletter out, because it has a lot of good information in it. That's it.
And I had one more thing on our public comment portal. I guess we need to make sure that, I know we've had a couple of residents that have spoke, one last month and one this month, regarding receiving feedback. If they request that they would like to be contacted, we have an automatic email that goes back to people letting them know we receive it. But I guess, Mr. Clemmer, that from the town itself, I guess, answering questions, some will say they've been forwarded to somebody for resolution. And I know Ms. Doe had mentioned that. I guess we just need to make sure that folks are getting contacted back if they want to. We need to, I guess, look at that.
Is there a staff person that looks at that? I sent you an email on this, Mr. Clamer. Do we have a process in place for the portal? I know it's a new thing, but people are expecting some type of feedback. And I think that if they take the time to go on the portal to give us information, I think they deserve some type of response.
Yeah, I don't know if we have a process in place per se. This is relatively new that we do this. I get notifications occasionally. I'll see some of the printed out portal comments, and I've never seen those digitally, so I haven't got a notification for every single one. Kimberly, I don't know if you do, if you get notifications for every single one, if there's a way that we could assign a staff person to ensure that when a public comment comes through the portal, that it is then forwarded to the proper department for follow-up. Is that something we can do? Just a head nod.
I think somebody has to actually read it.
Right.
No, because there's not an arm.
Right. Well, we'd have to designate somebody to read it.
Right.
When it comes through the portal, and then copy paste it into an email and shoot it out to the department head for a response. I think we can do that. Yes? Sure. We can do that.
Anything else? All right, next thing is public comments on any items. Anybody like to speak, you're welcome to come up.
Again, Ron LeBruno, 9121 Ocean Harbor Golf Club Road, Southwest. Also Disclosure Planning Board. Just to kind of close out the discussion. Hopefully, Ms. Bordeaux, I don't believe anyone was trying to say, maybe we used the wrong words, or none of the meetings that were conducted saying but somebody doesn't know what they're doing. I think the biggest problem is we don't know the why and the goal behind it, other than getting pieces of paper with red lines or not red lines. So if that was misinterpreted, my apologies on that. In my 8 years of doing this, under first Tom Vincennes and then Pete Larkin, as opposed to what the attorney was saying, the planning board has never gotten in the way or inserted themselves in any quasi-judicial action that the Board of Adjustment is in charge of. We steer clear of that completely. We understand we're administrative, and our job is only to see that the plans that come to us do conform completely with the UDO as written. So again, my question is, I don't understand what's wrong with the current process that needs to be changed. I mean, an applicant comes in, fills out the application. When all the drawings and everything are submitted that according to the UDO administrator agrees, they schedule the TRC meeting. Yes, there is a planning board person that observes the TRC meeting as an observer only. We're not there to judge or ask questions even, or do any plot. Our job is an observer and a collector of information because we know it's coming to us next. Matter of fact, it's usually me, the chairman, or the vice chair who does it. And then as a follow-up to that, when it comes before us publicly is when the public sees the plans and sees what the TRC said. Our job as the planning board to make sure that anything that came up in the TRC got resolved. The police chief is involved sometimes, the fire chief. don't certainly question, we don't question we just look at his notes and say, has this all been done? Now, the boxes and yes, they go down, everything's, and we double check that everything's been done. And then if it, as the attorney said, if it complies with the UID, they will get approved. As Richard is saying, we do sometimes try to nudge concessions out of them. And sometimes we get concessions out of them to improve. Sorry about that. I'll try to speed it up. And it helps the town when we do that. The other thing that I think would be missed if you take us out of that, us being involved in that process tees up UDO changes that might have to be made. If we look at a plan and we see something is what we believe practically deficient, sidewalks to nowhere that come up quite a bit, but we cannot deny. We do not deny. We know what our task is, that if it meets the UDO, we approve it and moves on. We listen to the public on what their concerns are. They've had a chance to look at it, and then it does get approved. Now, it does then tee us up if we see something that, boy, our code is deficient in this area. We do then tee that up, and that's how some of the stuff ends up coming to you, is because we've seen things that were, let's just say, not quite optimal. So we then do the text amendment, get it done and get it approved so that going forward, that guy's been approved, that we can improve future development. So again, our problem is, and maybe we're doing a poor job communicating now, is we don't understand. I don't understand. I won't say, excuse me, I'll take the we out of it. I don't understand what's deficient in our process that requires this, in my mind, and maybe you don't buy it, it's a draconian change, taking that away from the public. I mean, yeah, they get a chance to complain, and sometimes they complain, why can't you do any of this? And we tell them, we have to approve if it meets the code. But we constantly try to improve the code. So again, no one should be thinking you don't know what you're doing. We don't really understand, maybe the way we don't understand what you're doing and why. And I'm open to any way that we can improve our code, but I don't think this is improving the code. I don't know, I'll answer any questions if I'm allowed.
I guess the problem that we all have, or whatever, is we hear you say you will approve.
We always do.
You recommend approval of the town council.
Yes.
So you've got to change that term, because it appears that you're making a final approval.
No. Well, we do have final approval on final plats.
But you're setting
not on text amendment. And when we vote, just like you do, we read, we have usually, as Ron said, 3 options, but usually it's A or B. A, recommend, approval of this. If it's a text amendment, we're recommending to the council to approve. If it's a if it's a preliminary plat or a major site development, we do the approval. We are the FD. If you look in that chart that you got on one of these amendments, we're the final decider on that. But you're not moving it forward, you're moving it back to where, like, the TRC finish is, having a UDO administrator after TRC meeting say, okay, it's done. And yeah, maybe it's 2 weeks time from when the TRC finishes and says, yes, this set of plans now conform completely. Through all my 8 years here, I maybe once or twice we found something that TRC missed, and it was agreed it would be fixed, and we approved it. That's that conditional thing. I think maybe twice in 8 years that's ever happened. So for the developer's point of view, it's only about usually 2 weeks from when the UDO administrator says, yes, it conforms, it comes to us, usually one meeting, we have a discussion, public talks, and they get their final approval of their site development plan or preliminary plan. Text amendment then just goes to you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks. Oh, thank you. Give it up.
At long last, Richard Dysinger, 704 Fairway Drive East. I'm pleased that we're going to table this and take a better look at it. As perhaps a suggestion for a directive, we should find a way that we can create a 2-on-2 meeting between members of the planning board and the council to kind of clear the air and get on the same page, discuss the language that we sent to you, and certainly get a sense of what we feel are the implications of this action, and so we can understand what the motivations are in terms of why this is being proposed. So it may be too late in the day to put that up as a potential action item. It could be as simple as just sending an email and saying, hey, let's get together and have a sit down and clear the air and figure out how we can best come to a conclusion on how to conduct this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Uh-oh.
Gary Massey, 101 West Main Street, Sunset Beach, North Carolina. I'm not going to tell you thank you for voting tonight, but what I am going to tell you is thank you for you guys willing to serve, sit up here and listen to everybody come in and gripe and complain like myself and everybody else, because you take your time to do that. We appreciate you listening. Chief, I don't know what they're paying you for doing 2 jobs. You guys have a budget coming up July 1st. Pay him if he's doing 2 jobs, because like I say, all the time that you put in here, that's it. Like I say, it's a thankless job that you guys do, but it's appreciated. And like I say, thank you for what you do.
Thanks,
Have a good
Gary.
night.
Any member of council? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. So go ahead, sir. Let me reset you. I'll give you a full 3. Go ahead, sir.
Well, in the old days, it would be 10:30 right now. What a long agenda, and thankfully I had enough time to run home and feed the cats, and they told me to tell you hello. Actually, they said meow, 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 meow. Thank you for your earlier action regarding the LSVs and vending on the beach. One issue that has been mentioned in the past, and I haven't heard much of lately, is the opening hours or the schedule for the bathrooms in the gazebo parking lot. That continues to be an issue when we tell people where the restrooms are available. They come back and say they're locked, you know. I don't know if that needs to correspond to the hours of operation for the lot, meaning midnight, or what you guys want to do. I know one excuse for closing them was the cost of problems that arose. I think I just read somewhere in the town website where there was a broken toilet at the town park. Things happen. Cost of business. We have to do it all the time in our business. Regarding employee parking, we want to do what's best for the community. Designated business parking in a designated area is not, in my opinion, is not a good look, especially on a busy weekend if there's empty parking spots where people say, why can't I park there? But anyway, we would like to do what's best for the community. And we want to continue the conversation with the council and find a solution that works best for the citizens and visitors of Sunset Beach. So reach out to us. We're happy to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any member of council got anything? Not. I just got one thing I want to say, because I was not happy with it tonight. I sit up here ever since I've been mayor in this town. I try to be respectful to everybody that comes to this thing. I try to give them time to talk, try to give them things. I know that the rules say to not signal out any specific council person, but tonight I heard our administrator get signaled out by a comment. I do not appreciate that. I am elected by these people, and I protect these people that work for us. If you're doing right, I'm going to be behind you at all times, and I just want to know the person's not here, and anybody can feel free to tell him if he's got any issues with me, he can call me. But that was disrespectful to the town administrator tonight in this meeting. And that is not something that I have seen going on throughout since I've been here mayor. Before I came on, I've seen a lot of issues with people fussing back and forth. I've tried to be a mediator on that. I expect people to respect the dais as much as I respect the people that come up. I just wanted to make sure everybody knows that, because I was not happy with that at all. Anything else?
Thank you, Mayor, for saying that. I think we all agree with that.
Anything else? Do I have a motion to adjourn? Do I have a second?
Second.
Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for coming out.